Good afternoon, Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished guest of honor, respected Vice Chancellor, Pro Vice Chancellor, Controller of Examinations, Session Chairperson, faculty members, and dear students. It gives us immense pleasure and pride to welcome you all to today's grand event, a celebration of talent, insight, and the spirit of collaboration in maritime education. I am Cadet Tarishi Mandoi
And I am Cadet Arindamod.
from the Indian Maritime University, Navi Mumbai campus. On behalf of the entire organizing team, we are glad to have you for this grand finale of I-ESKIMO 2025 IMU Enhanced Skill for IMO, the IMO mock session competition. This prestigious event is organized by Indian Maritime University in collaboration with Institute of Marine Engineers, India, Mumbai branch, Lloyd's Register of Shipping, Mediterranean Shipping Company, India, and alumni of DMET, MERI, ex-cadet associations, DMECA. The competition reflects our collective commitment towards nurturing maritime knowledge, leadership, and excellence.
The theme of this event is rooted in research and knowledge sharing, as this is essentially a paper presentation competition where young cadets present their ideas and perspective on global maritime concerns precisely to ideate, innovate, and iterate. This event has been designed to harness communication skills, professional expertise, and a deeper understanding of maritime policy making. Participants will gain valuable insights into the workings of the International Maritime Organization (IMO). The topic for this competition include HTW, Human Element Training and Watchkeeping, MEPC, Marine Environment Protection Committee, MSC, Maritime Safety Committee, SDC, Ship Design and Construction.
To commence today's grand finale on an auspicious note, we shall now proceed with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp, which signifies the overcoming of darkness, ushering in the light of knowledge, wisdom, and prosperity. We are indeed blessed to hold this event at a venue in the shelter of divine premise of Siddhivinayak Temple. We cordially invite our esteemed dignitaries to come forward for lighting of the lamp. I now request the cadets of IMU-Navi Mumbai campus to kindly come forward and perform the Saraswati Vandana, invoking the blessings of Goddess Saraswati for wisdom and knowledge. gentlemen, as a gesture of our respect and gratitude, we now move on to a very special part of the ceremony, the presentation of bouquets and mementos to our esteemed dignitaries.
With immense pride, may we request Vice Chancellor of Indian Maritime University, Dr. Malini Shankar, IS retired, to kindly present the bouquet and memento to our chief guest, Sri Shantanu Thakur, Honorable Union Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India.
With great respect, I call upon our Pro Vice Chancellor of Indian Maritime University, Dr. Raju Balaji, to kindly present the bouquet and memento to our guest of honor, Sri S.M. Khopde, IPS, Additional Director General of Shipping. We request our campus director, Captain Mihir Chandra, to present bouquet to the Vice Chancellor. We request our campus director to present the bouquet to the Pro Vice Chancellor. We request our campus director to please present the bouquet to Controller of Examination of Indian Maritime University. May I now request Director to please present the bouquet to Rajiv Nair sir.
We now requestfully invite Captain S.C. Panigre, Director in Charge, IMU Mumbai Port Campus, to kindly present the bouquets and mementos to our esteemed sponsor of the event. We heartily welcome our valued sponsor of I-ESKIMO 2025 to come on the stage, Captain MP Vasim from MSc India. Mr. Kaushik Sil from IMEI. Mr. Ritesh Gupta from Lord Register of Shipping. And Mr. Uday Purohit from DMECA.
We request our campus director, Captain Mihi Chandra, to kindly present the bouquet and memento to distinguished panel of judges of I-ESKIMO 2025. Mr. Ajay Chatterjee, sir, please come upon the stage. Mr. Surendra Rai, Mr. Dilip Mehrotra, Mr. N. Girish, as we continue with the program, we would like to call upon our campus director, Captain Mihir Chandra, the I-ESKIMO 2025 Organizing Committee Chairperson, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Honorable Mantriji, our chief guest of the day, Sri Santanu Thakur, Minister of State, Port, Shipping and Waterways. Respected guest of honor, Sri Asad Khopre, IPS Additional DGS. Respected Madam Dr. Malini V. Shankar, Vice Chancellor, Indian Maritime University. Respected Dr. Raju Balaji sir, our Pro VC. Respected Commodore retired Sri K.D. Joshi sir, our Controller of Examination. And respected Rajiv Bhai. Benevolent sponsors, dignitaries, esteemed judges for the event, respective guides, respective coordinators of the campus, faculty members, participants, media persons, students, all present in this auditorium, and also the IHM Institute of Hotel Management Director, Nishit Srivastava sir. Also directors of IMU campuses, officers of IMU who are joining online, I welcome you all. Respected Mantriji and all my esteemed guests, this is the fifth version of IMO mock session, and for the first time in the physical mode. We are indebted to our Vice Chancellor, Madam Malini Shankar, who conceptualized the idea of this event to give shape to what we are witnessing today. Last 4 years through online mode and now in this mode, IMO mock session is coined as I-ESKIMO to say IMU initiative for enhanced skill for IMO, that is International Maritime Organization. We are grateful to Pro VC, COE, I-ESKIMO core team, sponsors, that is IMAI Institute of Marine Engineers India, DMEGA, that is Alumni Association of DMET, Marine Engineering Old Cadet Association, ex-cadets, LRS, Lloyd's Register of Shipping India, and MSC India, Maritime Shipping Company, for their valued support. This event is not only a participating event for maritime students to hone the spoken English as often misconstrued, but to learn the finer nuances of communication skill as a whole, which may empower them to transcend the barriers of mutual and societal transaction analysis, to understand others and to be understood by others. You may agree, sirs and madams, that it is very much a need of the hour as we get up every morning in this VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous geosituations. We are a new India with demographic dividends, the thriving democracy, the enthusiastic diaspora, that is nationalist, and the challenging digital capital. We, the young India, enjoy discussing fintech over a cup of filter coffee as well. We negotiate with USA, trade with Russia, discuss with China with equanimity and firmness, not the rigidness. We are acknowledged as the voice of global South, so far unheard by the world superpowers. India has truly transformed, and so are we at IMU under the charismatic leadership of our Vice Chancellor and Team IMU. The IMU, which is resurging as waves of Indian Ocean, resilient as tides of Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea, with its 6 campuses and 17 affiliated institutes. Needless to say, we always remain rooted with our rich heritage and legacy. But with our legacy is for the new coining now. IMO mock session has given rich dividends to our students to reskill and upskill. This event is happening just a couple of days earlier to the extraordinary session of IMO MEPC in London. Few of our esteemed guests shall be representing India. Sir, please carry the sense of the young minds wafting out of this event to the banks of River Thames. As I conclude, I I again welcome you all for being our esteemed guests. Jai Hind.
As we move forward with today's proceedings, it is our great honor to invite our respected Vice Chancellor of the Indian Maritime University, Dr. Malini V. Shankar, to kindly deliver the inaugural address. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Minister of State, Shri Shantanu Thakurji, Mr. Kope, Additional Director General of Shipping, Dr. Raju Balaji, Pro Vice Chancellor, Director of the Navi Mumbai campus, Captain Mir Chandra, Director of the Mumbai Port campus, Captain Panigrahi, Commodore Joshi, our Controller of Exams, Mr. Rajiv Nayyar, doyens of the maritime industry who have acted as guides, mentors, and judges of this exercise. Most importantly, the cadets of the Indian Maritime University who participated in the I-ESKIMO contest. I would like to it's a pleasure to be here in the 5th edition of the IMO mock competition. We're very happy to be here to celebrate something that started as a very small exercise tentatively and now it's expanding. The first year the competition was held only for 6 campus students. The subsequent 2 years we expanded it to affiliated colleges, and since last year we opened it up to a larger spectrum of institutions who are interested in maritime education, and we hope in the future to go regional and global. So just to take a few minutes to look at the genesis of this, why did we do it? In fact, there was one day a girl, a cadet, she came and mentioned to me that the functioning of the IMO is part of the curriculum of the courses, both nautical as well as marine engineering. She was not from IMU, but she happened to talk to me and she said, but we don't understand, obviously very, very difficult to understand techno-legal issues of the International Maritime Organization when you're just a student. It's a very dry subject. And when she told the professor, the faculty, they said, just learn it for the exam and you will understand it when you go to work. Now this triggered a thought in me saying, how do you actually transfer knowledge about a dry subject in a more interesting way such that the student or the cadet gets interested in it? Then we held a dialogue with the IMEI, and both Mr. Rajiv Nair and Gaurav Agarwal were very enthusiastic. So the Captain Mihir Chandra, the concept, the direction was, yes, given by us, but the concept of how to structure it so that it can be interesting for the students was the IMEI and the DMECA team. It's not just IMEI, the DMECA was a big thanks to them. And the team of both the IMU as well as the DMECA came together and they said, why don't we do it in a competitive mode so that the cadets come and compete with each other as teams and make it more interesting. And that's how we got into this competition. And our Pro Vice Chancellor gave this nomenclature I-ESKIMO. It has nothing to do with Eskimos, but it says it's enhancing students' knowledge of the International Maritime Organization. So a big thanks to Pro Vice Chancellor, the team from IMEI, DMECA, and last of all, I should express my sincere thanks to the industry who came together. We needed, first of all, guides because this was a new exercise. We needed mentors to mentor the students through the exercise, and we also had judges. And finally, the sponsors who came with a considerable, a generous grant to make it a true competition. So every year the team picks two. I think this year you picked up 4 conventions. There are about 30 to 40 conventions in the International Maritime Organization. You pick up certain conventions and throw it open to teams from any number of teams from all the institutions, and they write papers, and after that they are selected to actually make the presentation. They are guided. The reason the guides were needed is the guides have experience of attending the sessions of the MEPC sessions, various sessions in the IMO, and they could guide them through what happens exactly when you sit in that. The objectives of this were manifold, and I will just name two of them. One is they understand the functioning of the IMO, because that is going to be their life for the next 10, 20, 30 years, and they need to know what is the framework, international framework within which they will be working, because increasingly documentation is becoming very important. Knowledge of the technical and legal aspects of these conventions is very, very important. Over the years, it's becoming, I think the documentation has been more heavy than the original work. The second and perhaps more important objective was to get the cadets to start doing reading, researching, and learning. When they read, they do a lot of research to come up with the papers or with the presentation. They read, they absorb, and then express in writing as well as um, orally making the presentation. Because over the years, there has been some feedback from the industry that the communication skills of our Indian seafarers can do with a lot of improvement. It's an international field, you're competing globally, and it is necessary to understand, have clarity of thought and expression, communication skills, and this has inculcated a spirit of competition along with an development of communication skills. So, to the mentors, guides, judges, the team at DMECA, and the faculty and the directors who have guided us through all these exercises over the years, my sincere thanks on my because I can say this is what has to be done. It's like building a house. I want to build this house, but then the interior decorator, the mason, the engineer need to be able to translate that thought into something which is a deliverable, and that's where a big hurrah to all of you. I hope the students have benefited, the cadets have benefited immensely from this. I think one of the byproducts of this is interacting with each other. In a world which is dominated by cell phones and internet and computer, I think this exercise makes you talk to each other, refer to books, talk to the guides, talk to your mentors, meet the seniors, and this is something which I'm sure will stand you in extremely good stead when you graduate from the college or the university and get into the real world of work. So once again, thank you everybody, and best wishes to the cadets, not only for this competition, but the world beyond it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those inspiring words. With great respect, we now welcome guest of honor, Shri S.M. Khopade, IPS, Additional Director General of Shipping, to address the gathering.
Honorable Minister Shri Shantanu Thakurji, respected Vice Chancellor IMU, Madam Malini Shankarji, we have Pro VC Raju Balaji and Mir Chandraji, Captain Mir Chandraji, who is Director for the campus, and for Bombay campus we have Captain Panigrahi and Rajiv ji I know, and Commodore Joshi is here, and the dignitaries in front of me, including the judges for today's panel and panelists, and I can see many industry leaders here as well as the cadets. I would like to just say a few things. One is, I must say, the IMU, we look up to it as one of the best training institute here, where in all other training institute they try to follow it, that whatever IMU is doing, because it is the best, most of the practices it is following are the best practices, and we try to follow it or followed it by other institute. So this is one of the practice that today you will be having mock IMO panels, wherein you will discuss how it is discussed at IMO, because IMO gives us a framework for total maritime administration as such, because we go by the rules being set up at IMO. So there they discuss, the wise men discuss over there, and they decide how to go about it. So ultimately, the basic things they emanate from IMO, and based on those rules, we run the maritime administration, most of it. As you know, in law colleges, very few colleges started moot court earlier. There were no moot courts before that. Only there were classrooms, and teachers used to come and taught them. But this moot court started by few law colleges earlier, and then it became now almost every law college they have to do it. Otherwise, students will say why there are no moot courts, because it is so very important yet that you get to know where you're going, how it works or how it functions, and through these mocks, when you get to know it, it will go into your psyche, or it will be in your mind so deep that for next 20-25 years, whatever professional career is, you will remember that, you recollect the basic things from that, rather than reading it, rather than reading the books or listening to the lectures. Moreover, because in our training institute, in police training institute, we used to have a police station set up, and the dummy candidate will come, then we'll institute FIR, and all those things we started doing at NPA. That's a National Police Academy. So earlier it wasn't there, and then the thought came up, and slowly it built up, and it was very much necessary. I must say it's necessary. It's not only required, it's necessary to have it wherever there is a training, especially for professional courses. So I must congratulate IMU. It has taken the steps to start it. This is the 6th year consecutively they are doing it. I must congratulate them for this. And for the cadets, I would say that DGS is taking a lot of steps so that we can have, as India also, we can have our say in IMO. Because when the rules are being made, unless as a nation or as a community, the maritime community of India, it must have say there, so that the rules will be beneficial to us as well. So that's why, in fact, a month back only, we have a permanent post of Deputy Director General being sanctioned by Ministry. It will be at High Commission of UK, and it will look after the work of IMO. So it will be a connect between Government of India directly to the IMO. As far as maritime is concerned, that post will look after that maritime issues. So that is created, and maybe in couple of months somebody will be posted there, and it will start. Moreover, we are planning to have the post of junior professional officer and senior professional officers at IMO, but that is in the pipeline, wherein the private or from the industry people will be chosen, will be selected, and they'll be sent there to work within the IMO. So they will get to know, and we will have a contacts in IMO as far Indian maritime is concerned, so that have a direct connection or contact with IMO. So these type of initiatives we are taking up as far as IMO is concerned. Especially today, you will be knowing probably during your panel discussions or the mock discussions that we have assembly at IMO. Below that there is a council. Below that there are committees, and then we have subcommittees which
makes maybe joint work in group or maybe correspondence groups to work upon it. So India has this year is become, they are in charge of one of the correspondence group. This time we have a person from India. India is looking after that, and we are trying to go into the subcommittees so that if a subcommittee is headed by somebody from Indian maritime field, it will be much beneficial to us, because normally what is happening in subcommittee, the report is being submitted to committee and finally that report goes up, and ultimately most of the things are getting approved. So subcommittee is also very very important. So we have a MEPC session coming up, and many of our uh, experts are going there and they'll be presenting for India as such. So these are the things as far as international cooperation, especially for IMO, we are taking initiative in. Likewise, new MS Act has come into force. It has, in fact, it is to be notified, but assent is already there. So the rules are under making now, and most probably within 3 to 4 months they'll be finalized, because within 6 months we have to finalize them, and it's going on. It's at a war fitting. The rules are being made at DGS, and those rules will encompass most of these IMO conventions, whatever has already happened over the years. Because earlier act was in 1958, it was enacted, and after that this is with same name, it is revised, or you can say it's a new act. It is in 25. So after so many years, because there had been, it is continuously developing field. Always there are new conventions or new rules are being made. That's why IMO is important. In fact, the very basis of body like IMO is to have those continuous changes incorporated in various rules and regulations and maybe acts wherever required. So that is the very basic idea of IMO, or very basic function of IMO. So it's very good, or I give my best wishes to all the cadets who are participating as well as those who are organizing it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your informative speech. As we continue with the day's proceeding, we now invite upon our chief guest, Sri Santanu Thakur, Honorable Union Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, to address the gathering.
Namaskar. On the dais, respected Vice Chancellor Dr. Malini V. Sankar, Additional DGS Sri S.M. Kopraji, Professor Vice Chancellor Dr. Raju Balaji, Controller of Examinations, Commodores D.K. Joshiji, Captain Mihir Chandra, Director Navi Mumbai Campus, Captain S.C. Panigraheji, Director MPT Campus, distinguished guests, faculty members, and my dear students. It gives me a great pleasure to be here today for the 5th edition of the mock IMO session campus competition I-ESKIMO, organized by the Indian Maritime University in association with the Institute of Marine Engineers and the DMET Marine Aluminum. This event is not just a academic exercise. It is a reflection of India's growth, engagement with global maritime community by simulating these functioning of this international maritime organization. Our students gain valuable exposures to international maritime policies, diplomacies, and problem solving. I congratulate IMU and its partners for conducting this competition successfully for the past 4 years and for hosting the fifth edition in physical mode. Initiatives like these are essential to nurture confidence, clarity, and communication skill among the next generation for maritime professionals. The Indian Maritime University, with its 6 campuses and 17 affiliated institutions, has been doing commendable work to ensure that its cadets and students are fully industry ready when they step out to serve maritime sector. IMU's commitment to aligning academic learning with the real world need for the shipping industry is a fine example of how education and industry can move hand in hand. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, India is witnessing a maritime transformation guided by his inspiring vision of maritime India and Bikshit Bharat. Our nation is moving swiftly to modernize ports, promotes shipbuilding, enhance coastal connectivity, and empower seafarers. The maritime sector today stands as a pillar of Indians' economic growth and global aspirations. In this context, events like I-SKIMO are highly relevant. They bring together academia, industry, and alumni to create a collaboration ecosystem. Then benefit everyone. The university learns from the industry's experience and the industry gain from the university's innovation and talent. Together, they produce highly skilled and globally competitive seafarers who carry India's flag with pride across the oceans. Dear students, you represent the future of India's maritime strength. The knowledge and confidence you gain together such competitions will help you navigate not only the challenges of this sector but also contribute meaningfully to nation building. I once again congratulate Dr. Malini Shankarji, IMU, the Institute of Marine Engineers, India, and the DMET MERI alumni for organized these uh, insightful and forward-looking events. My best wishes to all participants for the successful best uh, careers ahead, I think. With that word, I'm concluding my speech. Thank you very much.
We sincerely thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. Your presence and insights have truly set a positive tone for today's event. We are greatly honored by your presence on the stage. May I now request our respected dignitaries to kindly take their seats off the stage as we continue with the program.
Good afternoon. Just give us a couple of minutes to have the arrangements in place. Can I request everybody to settle down, please? We'll be starting in a couple of minutes.
Everyone, please settle down. As we move forward, may I now request all the judges and Mr. Rajiv Nair to kindly come up on the stage and take their seats for the competition proceedings. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the I-ESKIMO 2025 team, whose guidance and support has been instrumental in making this event a success. We are delighted and honored to introduce the I-ESKIMO 2025 IMO mock session version 5.0 chairperson Mr. Rajiv Nair, the immediate past president of IMEI with over 38 years of experience in shipping and the oil industry. A respected maritime consultant since 2020, he was the member of the Indian delegation to IMO and contributed significantly to STCW code. We are privileged to have his guidance and insights with us today. Now, it's our pleasure to introduce the distinguished panel of judges for I-ESKIMO 2025.
Mr. Ajay Chatterjee. He led several delegations to IMO meetings and served as Vice Chairman of the IMO MEPC for 5 consecutive years, 2004 to 2008. He also acted as a competent person for STCW compliance evaluations and conducted IMO member state audits under the IMSAS scheme. After retiring from DG Shipping, he served as the principal and head of the Great Eastern Institute of Maritime Studies, Lonavala, for 10 years. He is currently Director of Maritime Studies at ADU Academy, India, developing e-learning courses for Merchant Navy officers and crew.
Mr. S.M. Rai, the first graduate engineer from Rajasthan to join the Merchant Navy as a marine engineer. He sailed with the Shipping Corporation of India and later served as technical director at the Indian National Ship Owners Association, also leading the Institute of Marine Engineers in Mumbai.
Mr. Dilip Mehrotra, who joined the Indian Maritime Administration in 1992. He served as Deputy Chief Surveyor and Principal Officer at the Directorate General of Shipping, and he was the member of the Indian delegation to the IMO for the Marine Environment Protection Committee.
Mr. M. Girish, a naval architecture and shipbuilding graduate and ocean engineering postgraduate from Japan. With 34 years in Indian Register of Shipping, he retired as Senior Vice President and Chief Surveyor in Rural Development and now serves as an advisor at IRS. We are truly privileged to have such an experienced and distinguished panel of judges with us today.
We now call upon Mr. Rajiv Nair to kindly share the competition methodology and guide us as we move forward with the program.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon to everyone. With the permission of the chief guest, we are commencing the session, sir. Can I request the teams of HTW, F1, F2, A3 and F10 to take their place on the dais as I run through the procedure? So we can start immediately as soon as I've outlined the process we'll follow. Okay, while you're settling in, this is the first time we are doing it in person, so maybe there may be some changes to the previous editions. So I'll try to explain them and don't hesitate to ask me for any clarifications at this stage. Later on, you should not feel that you could have asked something, so please do ask me if something is not clear. Can you settle in fast? The aim of the event has always been to give you a sort of a realistic feeling of really how IMO also discussions take place, and today is actually a good opportunity because we do have hybrid facilities, but physical is still the most important. And can I have now the team's attention as I'm starting the session now? Okay. Okay. So the way we'll run this session now, and this is coming from your semi-finals, from where you have come to the finals, is that I'll be giving you 3 minutes uninterrupted to introduce your paper. The choice how you introduce your paper is yours. You could do it either as a statement or through a presentation. We do allow presentation at this forum. As we explained to you that presentations are possible, while at IMO generally presentations are not done. The only reason is it is also about enhancing your presentation skills, your communication skills, and it is more interesting in a way. So to facilitate that, yes, you can do a presentation, but 3 minutes. That is what you will give and impress the audience, the judges, because what you are doing is presenting the or the country or the organization, in case you are an NGO or some representative body, the views of that in those 3 minutes, and you have to carry the floor with you for that to be considered. I will not be stopping for interventions after your presentation until we finish all four at one go. So that means you will be speaking 3 minutes in the order of for HTW. I'll be calling you on the floor A3, F1, F2, F10 in that sequence. When you are asked to take the floor, please go ahead and do that. When you request the floor, you raise your card like this. All four teams will present their 3 minutes in one shot. After that, I will allow you to take the floor if you want to intervene on any other team's presentation. You have to raise your card for that. You have to wait for being given the floor. Then you can speak once. So have all your interventions consolidated by that time. That means you have to be aware of each and every other teams. Listen very carefully what they said. Make sure the intervention is very crisp, to the point, and focused. It is not a debating platform. It is a platform where you have to appreciate every other entity's views as well as present your views. Your views are important, but to the other teams, their views are also important. Please keep that bearing in mind. Make sure your language is suitable for ambassadors of a country. After giving that one round for each one to do the interventions, the next round will be given a reverse. Wherever you have received an intervention on your paper, you will be given a chance to respond to that if you so desire. And again, you will raise your card for that. So I hope I have made the sequence clear. If there are any doubts at this stage, please ask them now. You will be marked, you have been marked based on the submission. But when you have now entered the finals, all of you have started at one base level. So the judges have considered what final documents you have submitted and which you are presenting. There will be marks for the presentation. Then further marks for your interventions on other papers, and a set of marks for your response to other interventions. So sequence wise, one after another, 3 minutes each, we should be covering in 12 to 14 minutes. Then one round of interventions on other papers, one round of response to interventions on other people's queries raised on your papers. And if you have not received any queries, that means you have been very clear. That is also being noted by judges. So I hope with this clarity, any questions, then raise your card. I see no request. Oh, okay. Please raise your card. F1, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just one for intervention, we have to do like one team is allowed to do intervention only once. for one team, or like one intervention can be done like for more than one teams?
You are listening to all the teams, consolidate your views on all the teams at one go.
Ask all the
You
teams.
state team F1 said this, team F10 said this, we would like this clarification, or we support, or we are aligned to that, whatever you want to say.
Okay, sir.
But in one go.
Okay, sir.
You won't get the chance of the floor a second time.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Do not ask for the floor a second time unless it is very urgent and it's something very critical. Please make sure that in your one opportunity given, you are able to express your views. Of course, the judges have the right to ask anything at any time, just to let you know that. If they require a clarification, they will ask you for that. So, are you clear, and are your presentations with the organizers? So I'm going to, there's a timer running here. While that will be running, I'm also keeping time because sometimes there may be some glitches in your presentation starting. That will be taken into account. Do not be concerned about that. We would like you to stick to your time since this is finals compared to semi-finals where I would abruptly stop you. This time I may be maybe a bit more lenient, but not too much. But still let that guide you. And I hope the other teams are, for other sessions, are taking note of this so that when they come, it will not need to be fully repeated. Okay. Thank you very much. So, and we declare this session open now. Team A3, are you ready to start? Please go ahead. The floor is yours. Start.
Good morning to all. So, we are here to address the global mental health crisis among the seafarers and the implantation roadmap for the reforms.
Also, we run into technical glitches sometimes. Yes, I think something happened. Yes. Is it happening? Okay. Please. Are you ready, A3 now? Is your colleague in position?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. The floor is yours now.
Good morning to all. So, we are here to address the global issue, critical mental health of seafarer and the implantation roadmap for reform. So, the core issue is critical mental health crisis among the global seafarers who are responsible for the global trade of 70% by financially and 90% by the volume. This is the genuine problems among the seafarers. 30% seafarers are facing depression, and it is 4 times more than the general population of Germany. The anxiety prevalence is up to 26% significantly, and alarmingly, suicidal ideation is 20%, from which the death account is up to 6.5%. In the conclusion, this is the serious operational failure we can say. So this needs the immediate action. Our proposal is a simple three-pillar proposal in which pillar A is for the mandatory reform of STCW. We expect to amend the regulation 6.1 to make the medical mental health awareness and mental health first aid as a compulsory competency. In pillar B, we expect for the digital health and telemedicine. In this, we are supposed to fix the 1500 kbps of uplink bandwidth internet on all ships for the telemedicine and telecommunication. In pillar 3, it is very crucial, that is financial mechanism. We are proposing to create the 500 million euro fund which will be financed by the taking tax on the CO2 emission per ton 0.75 euros, and the detailed mechanism is mentioned in the paper. So this is our 10 years 3 phase rollout plan. In first phase, we will launch the pilot program. In this program, we will develop the curriculum and the pilot STCW amendments, and then secondly, we will establish the legal framework for the International Seafarers Fund. Then in second phase, from 2028 to 32, this is for the global implantation and the technology rollout. In this, we will make the STCW courses and all amendments from Code B to Code A, and this will be the mandatory amendments. And we will scale up the MARTS, that is Maritime Telemedical Assistance Services. In phase 3, from 2033 to 2035, it will be the long-term sustainability and evaluation phase. In this phase, we will be completed up to 90%, and we will test our all results with the performance benchmark. So, to call of action to all IMO members and industry leaders and to all maritime stakeholder is same, that let us work together to make this maritime industry not only sustainable and efficient but also a true human. So thank you.
Thank you very much. A3, F1, are you ready with your presentation? Just give you. Can you? Can we have the F1 presentation? Thank you. That's right. So F1, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
A very good evening, everyone present here. We're all aware about the 21-year-old young seafarer, Mr. Balraj Singh, who died on board due to mental distress. Even after the implementation of the STCW Convention, there are still gaps identified in the Appendix 10 and 11 of the Comprehensive Review by Captain Kathleen Burns. That's why we as an NGO are here to propose to you all the SEACs, a regulatory framework via IMO and WHO into the overall port clearance. So what exactly SEAC is? SEAC refers to Crew Emotional Check-in Kiosk System. It digitally bridges the gap between a seafarer and their emotions. So, how does it work? Very simple 8 steps. If a seafarer feels mentally distressed, he just needs to go to the kiosk machine and click on to smiley or sad face. If sad, Various options would be displayed, such as anxiety, psychoeducation, trauma, etc. Seafarers can select any one or multiple options accordingly and submit it. Now, if a seafarer does not know what exactly is happening to him, completely lost, then he can skip this and submit the emoji interference. Now, this data is then sent to the designated NGO and PHO in the nearest proximity via internet connection. This data is then analyzed by our mental well-being team consisting of a doctor, counselor, and a psychiatrist. Later on, the well-being team will be reaching out to the seafarer using communication means such as phone calls, messages, emails for their first interaction. Later on, this well-being assessment of the seafarer will be completed with the necessary actions taken. Apart from this, we are also proposing an in-person mental well-being verification, which will be conducted as a distinct process separate from any other health clearance. So the team will go on board, conduct a one-to-one session with the identified seafarers through the CDC number and emoji feedback. Those needing further support will be signed off from the duties and then taken ashore for care. Now, if the seafarers are deemed to be fit before the port clearance, they can join back and sign in with their duties. Otherwise, they'll be with the team for necessary actions and take care. Apart from this, we are also providing a mandatory update on their mental well-being every 7 days via the SIAC system to help us monitor their well-being. Also, in future implementation, we're trying to integrate it with IoT-based biometric and RFID scans to track and regulate their working hours and overtime beyond the standard limits. Because this way we can help the ship owners to be accountable for their mental well-being. So, apart from this, we are also proposing to consider the amendments of the SCCW Convention and Code, review the company responsibilities under the ISM code, especially the contract lengths, then recommend the development of an IMO endorsed mental health guidance materials, because especially in developing countries, it is still in a reactive phase, not in a proactive way. And also acknowledge the emerging operational issue of early signings by providing an additional crew for ship-to-ship operations and short sailings. So, in conclusion, we request the subcommittee to consider a proposal, especially SIAC, since it can easily integrate technologically with all the advancements happening here. Thank you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. F2, please get your presentation on, and the moment you are ready, let me know and we'll give you the floor. F2, you are okay? Okay, seems to have got it working. Are you set?
Yes.
Okay, the floor is yours, F2. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, as we all know, mental health has been a topic which has been neglected in the maritime industry for a very long time now. Despite the efforts of international organizations such as Stella Maris and Swan, the efforts are still fragmented. Especially in the case of female seafarers, the risks are exacerbated due to conditions such as sexual harassment, lack of privacy, and lack of basic sanitation and hygiene. Therefore, we present to you some concrete reforms and not just some wishful ideas. Number one, what we can do is we can integrate a stress management and training program under the STCW framework. Because nowadays it is important for a contemporary seafarer to know how to handle stress and fatigue under treacherous conditions and while they learn their firefighting and aid skills simultaneously. Second, we can adopt telemedicinals and AI skills on board and use AI trackables and wearables to check the status of a seafarer's mental and physical health at any point of time. Third, we can also use an IMO NGO framework so that a seafarer gets a multilingual support from subordinated helplines and not just some fragmented helplines. Last but not the least, creating gender sensitized policies which ensures privacy, protection from sexual harassment, and fulfillment of basic sanitation and hygiene. So now comes the most important part, the implementation. The first thing that we can do is amend the STCW and the MLC 2006 code to make the stress management training mandatory. Second, we can also assign a designated mental health officer for various types of shifts. For the technological and AI part, we can create a joint funding initiative, which the members will be IMO, NGOs, and satellite providers from developed countries, which can help us create technological tools which are of higher connectivity, but for remote areas with lower bandwidth. Last, we can also, for the IMO and NGO framework, we can create a joint mental health organization. This organization will then conduct audits for every 2 years. On the basis of the reports from the audits, it will create decisions. And if an organization or a company decides to violate these rules, they can reject their MLC certificate as a strict mandatory action. Last point, for the gender sensitized policies, we can create courses for every person on board so that they go through this training so that they know how to handle a sexual harassment incident on board, and they also can create a safe environment on board. We can also create confidential channels in case if a person does not want to share their thoughts with anyone on board and they want an action to be directly taken. So we can connect these confidential channels from the board to a government organization directly. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And uh, is now that it is working, so is F10 presentation ready? Get your presentation loaded, then we'll start the. Is this your presentation, F10? You're online? Okay. F10, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, all. As we all know that mental health is not a luxury, rather a necessity. But our current HTCW convention does not emphasize on it this and rather take it as optional. Our proposal suggested a two-phase structured framework to be integrated with current HTCW table A6124. Now coming to the most important part, phase one. The phase one consists of three mandatory courses, namely basic mental health program, stress and fatigue management, diversity adaptation, harassment prevention, and respectful workplace behavior. These three courses will be embedded in the curriculum of maritime training institutions and delivered through classroom sessions, workshops, and case studies. Completion of this phase will be a prerequisite for obtaining the CDC. These courses will be designed by experts and approved by the authorities. This will be recorded in the official HTCW registers to make sure a seafarer is properly certified. Now coming to phase 2. It is designed for senior ranking officer. It consists of two levels. Level 1, advanced training in identification of emotional stress, crisis management, and team leadership. Level 2, a final evaluation through case-based examination and oral assessment. This phase will ensure that the senior officer are able to identify and analyze the symptoms of junior officer and act accordingly. Partnership with NGO will provide helpline, port counseling, and cross-cultural support.
Now coming to the conclusion, a proposal emphasizes on the root cause of the problem, that is by amendments in the STCW framework. We don't recommend direct use of AI bots, as we all know AI cannot truly understand human emotions or show genuine empathy. By adding mental health training in the STCW framework, it will not only help cadets to build resilience and cope with psychological challenges, but also empower seniors to recognize early symptoms among the juniors and respond accordingly. When every seafarer learns to care for the mind as the machine, the industry will achieve true safety at the sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And hearing all of you, I will now open the floor. Keep the mics with you because you'll need them when you make interventions. I open the floor for any interventions from you. Team F1, go ahead.
My first intervention is towards HAW 3 team, where it was clearly mentioned in one of the second last slides that we should give 2 years of time frame for the first phase pilot program, and then at least 4 to 5 years for the second phase, that is deploying and enrollment. Don't we think that in this tech savvy environment we already have, it's better to give more time towards the framework so that it does not need amendments in a much lesser time than what is required, and rollout can be done, because considering the Iswan's case also, currently they are doing a project which has been piloted into 3 phases, and first project was started in 2019 and it completed in 2023, I guess, and after, yeah, 2023, and after that they started with the second phase. So it is still ongoing, they are still have to reach the third phase. So don't you think that it is a very less time frame for that pilot program? Then towards STW F2, I would like to say regarding the denying certification to the ships which are not compliant, the MLC part. Uh, what about the ships which are under the flag states of Panama? Panama has, like, these countries have very lenient rules, and if the ships are registered there, they generally flout the rules. Basically, the abandonment of the ships is mostly in those ships which are registered under that case. So, how will we, as an NGO, implement stricter norms, because it's going to impact the ship owners as well? That is the reason everyone wants to register under Panama. Thank you.
Adding on to that, to team A3, while filing the PDA for berthing, shipowners already have to pay a fund called Seafarers Contribution. So why are we not using that fund for the 500 euro million funds which you all proposed, and trying to take it from the shipowners again? Thank you.
Thank you, F1. Though I am not very comfortable with you feeling that Panama has leniency, I would say that let us refrain from making such statements. Yes, I see F10, you have raised your card, or is it F? Your cap is in front of me, I can't see. F2. F2, go ahead.
So I have a question for team A3. So as I've mentioned, they will propose 0.75 per ton CO2 level for OECD ports. But as we know that major ships are under non-OECD countries, so now the load of the OECD countries will increase, and already they are so much busy. So how will they deal with that thing?
So one more question to Team A3. So they said 0.75 per ton carbon emission. So decarbonization is a global problem, and like a lot of international organizations are working on it. So my question is, these organizations make sure that when you are levying taxes on something for decarbonization, you must use that fund in a constructive way for the purpose of decarbonization. I mean, you should use that fund to make something useful which will be suitable for environmental protection. And now, as team A3 is saying that they'll be using these funds for seafarers, and and as a seafarer, it's a private company is using it for their own help. So I think these environmental organizations will obstruct them to do it. So how are they going to deal with it? And so another question to team F1. So they have said like they'll be using an app for checking the status of a seafarer's mental health. Now my question is the main problem on ship is that a seafarer is very isolated when it comes to on the ship. So the medium that they are using is also, I think, kind of isolated because for a person to use an app and to check the status of his or her mental health, like the thing, I'll click on it, then I'll go to the centers, and then the feedback will come. It's going to take a lot of time. I think it's better that we do one-on-one conversations with the person, either through a telemedicinal way, either through an online counseling, or like having mental health officers on board.
Thank you. And I see the card of A3 up. A3, you have the floor.
My question is for F1. This CECK machine is a creative way to check on seafarer's feeling. If the report is not private, why would a seafarer ever report feeling sad and risk of getting in trouble? Won't everyone just press happy to be safe? My second question is for F10. You should suggest in your paper that NGO should provide mental health training, but these organizations are very different from country to country. How can you make sure every seafarer gets the same quality of training?
Thank you, A3. And
Sir,
you still have some? Okay, go ahead.
my third question is for F2. Having a mental health officer on board is a positive step, but the officer is still a co-worker. How about his own mental health, and how can a seafarer trust that what they say will be kept private and won't affect their job on board?
I see F10 has raised his card. Okay, F10, the floor is yours.
My question to F1 is
In F1, they are including this in ISM code. So just we want to clarify why only in ISM code they're implementing all the policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for your active participation, and thank you all for giving nice presentations and nice ideas. Uh, we can also appreciate in our interventions the nice points of the other teams. So now I'm going to give you a round of being able to respond back. So first, I would request A3 if you would like to respond to the queries which have been raised to you. A3, the floor is yours.
So as F2 asked, why 0.75 per ton CO2 of levy will be paid by the company? So as a as a seafarer, we should pay this for the to protect the community as the safe and to create the safe environment. Also, this will be used for the mental health. This will protect the seafarers from the stress, and this fund will be used as the welfare fund. So this will protect the community and safeguard our future collectively. That's why this will be used for the seafarers mental health. And F1 asked that why it is allotted for only 2 years for the pilot program and 4 years for the framework program. As in pilot program we have mentioned that in pilot program we will only amend the STCW courses and establish only legal part of the welfare fund. In the 4 years framework program we will work on framework, and the 90% of work will be done in this part only. So that's why 4 years are allocated to framework and 2 years are allocated to the pilot program.
Thank you for your clarifications. I'm sure the other people have noted it. F2, you want to respond to the queries which have been raised to you? Please don't switch off the mic, keep it on.
I think they have understood our question wrong.
Please discuss that later. I am not taking anything on. The judges will decide whether they have understood or not understood. So next I will ask F1 to respond to the queries raised to you.
So regarding the query which was asked by F2, stating that it was an app and it will be a little difficult for seafarers since they are isolated and all. So I'd like to bring a notice that SIAC is not an app, it is a kiosk system. The word SIAC itself means crew emotional check-in system. So it is not an app, it's a kiosk system which will be kept in a common area like a mess or somewhere where we can just roam, like just randomly go and just tap what they feel. And it just bridges, it acts and bridges the gap between the seafarer and their emotions, and it also acts as an intermediate to provide the data to the NGOs and PHOs. That is the main purpose of the SIAC. So, thank you. I hope I have cleared it out.
And regarding the question raised by STWA3, that was a very great question indeed, because we were expecting that. Regarding the confidentiality, it is highly confidential because whenever any seafarer is clicking on any of the emoji icons, after that we have set up a system of confidentiality where we have mentioned that after that we have a CDC unique number to every seafarer around the globe. It's unique entity. It acts like a passport number. So in that case, they have to enter that passport number, like CDC number, after which they click the submit button. We can add authentication to it, but we'll have to look around the cost and everything. But yeah, till there, it is highly confidential, and we are making sure that these systems are 100% secure from cybersecurity measures as well. Thank you. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much, F1, for those clarifications. And now I will ask F2, would it like to respond on the queries raised to it?
I would like to respond to the query raised by A3. They asked like if a person would be comfortable with sharing their problems to a mental health officer or not, and whether they are trained or not. I agree that these officers who will be assigned are not like perfect psychiatrists or something, but they'll be trained enough to let a person know how he or she feels, and they can convey that if she needs serious medical assistance or not. Also, we can do is as F1 has said that they have a kiosk system, we can also use it with our idea as well. Like we can assign a mental health officer, but we can also use their system. For example, because it's of course it's costly to appoint another officer on board. So what we can do is we can in cases where the cost is not high enough, we can use their where the cost is high enough, we can use their system, and where the cost is not that much, we can use both these cases. And we can also make it mandatory for ships to have at least one of these ideas on board, like either you must have the kiosk system or you must have at least a mental health officer.
Okay, that's the way forward. Thank you. F10, would you like to respond to the queries raised to you?
Yes, sir, we would like. So
Please go
the
ahead.
question asked was, how is every NGO that is different in each country? So how will we set a borderline? So for that, we should make a international platform where we all come and discuss. We have to set a guideline for all the NGOs according to the international standards in integration with the IMO. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And of course, IMO does have a process of taking NGOs on board. It is a proper application process which does it. So I'm sure the Secretariat would inform if any NGO wants further information on that. And I look towards the judges. Sir, do you have any questions for any of the teams? I think, thank you very much. Thank you for participating and wish you all the best. The next session is MEPC. Are the MEPC teams ready to take the stage? As you will note, we are a bit behind schedule, and we will see how to accommodate that. But I would just have one request: if you are exiting and entering, please do close the door behind you, as the noise from the outside does disturb uh, hearing a bit. Thank you. In the interest of time, we are not giving full introductions of the teams at this stage. However, when the time during which the first, second, third, and all those teams are decided, we will advise who are the members of each team. I see MEPC, all the 5 teams are in position. You are settled. So for MEPC, we have B1, C1, D3, D8, and E2. Great. Does any of you need any clarification on the process? If so, raise your card now. Otherwise, we'll start. I see no request for the floor. So, B1, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Is your presentation ready? So, ready to take the floor, B1?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then the floor is yours. Go ahead. I think you are still adjusting yourself. Can we have the clock reset, please? Yes, D8, go ahead.
So since we are facing frequently pointer issue, I have a wireless mouse. If the organizers want, it can be connected to the system and be connected, can be worked here.
Again, what is the range? Will it come here?
I guess we will have to try it.
So, hold on. I think one team member goes, operates a computer, is a faster way. I don't think a wireless mouse will have that sort of a range.
So, yes, sir, we are ready.
Ready? Yes. Floor is yours, B1.
Good evening, everyone. From the land to sea, artificial intelligence is leaving its mark everywhere. That is what exactly I'm going to explore today, but in marine industry. Here, our focus will be on 3 main core areas where AI can be adopted. The first one, voyage optimization. That means the AI can predict the most fuel efficient way with the help of analyzing using weather and current traffic and real-time weather conditions and also. The second one will be engine optimization. That means continuously monitoring the parameters of the engine in order to make the engine at peak efficiency at all the times. There comes the next, predictive maintenance. That means with the help of AI, we can predict that failure of a system before it actually happens. Then in order to achieve this, we propose something that can be divided into 2. That means the enhanced connectivity and effective implementation of AI. In there, we need to get a reliable connectivity for the real-time transfer of the data. Then over to next, that is cost-effective adoption. That means we need to adopt a cloud-based system so that the seafarers and other companies also they can take the data from a shared digital platforms. Over to next, that is cultivating air talent. That means conducting various training programs for the seafarers in order to get familiarized with these modern technologies that can be collaborate with maritime academies and institutions. Then comes the phase system upgradation. That means gradually retrofit the AI modules on the system instead of overhauling the entire system. Then over to the next, that is financial strategy.
That means, let me tell you an example. If a ship comes to the port that is having less emissions, then port have to give some incentives like this tax credits, subsidies, and carbon incentives, like docking priority and fee rebates for the shipping. On other hand, also, if a ship comes to the port that is having higher emission, so we have to penalize them and take a fine from them. And this collective fund, we can future use this for future funding of emission strategies and all. Then that is international cooperation. That means all the governments and the marine industries also should have a enlight on this. Then support for developing countries. That means this collected data we can use for funding the developing countries and also. That's from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. B1 and C1, are you ready? Then is your colleague there? Is your presentation on? You're correct? Okay. Then the floor is yours. Just a second, just wait. Who is operating the timer?
Good evening all. So my topic is about reduction of GHG emission from the ships. So the principal economic challenges. The first one is about the high capital cost. So for just meeting of the EEXI, we have to just install the dual fuel system and the IoT on the shipboard. But it's required about the $1 lakh to about $1 million for that. And for just using of the alternate fuels like methanol, ethanol, and hydrogen, it required the high amount of the invest for its maintenance and the proper training. And regarding the supply chain disturbance, for example, regarding 2023, the Red Sea crisis generally initiated by the Houthi attacks in the Yemen. So by early of the 2024, about 90% of the ship are just reroute into the southern of the South Africa, which just take about 11,000 extra mile and 10 days extra time for that. And another one is a bunkering. Due to the improper coordination among the fuel supply and the fuel receiver, it generally can create a problem for that. And regarding the port infrastructure, for example, due to the limited length of the berth availability uh, and the storage facility, it takes the long time for the anchor. For example, recent in Singapore, a ship take about 5 days delay, so it takes about 5% extra consumption of the fuels. And nowadays, about most of the older ship are just using the outdated system for maintaining the oil cargo record system. So they generally create the PDF and just send through the email. And then now the economic and technological solution. For example, for that reducing the fuel gap, we can just use the low friction coating on the hull. And they should also provide a tax relaxation on using the alternative fuels like methanol and ethanol. And regarding the port infrastructure, we should just focus on the green digital shipping corridors. For example, recently in March 2025, India has just signed a pact with Singapore for that one, and they should also just take or just raise the crowdfunding for investing in the port. And regarding this scale industry 4.0, for example, we can also use the robotic drone for just cleaning of the hull. So it is just going to save about 10 to 20% of the fuel, and we can also take the use of the AI for just predicting what is the weather and which one is the shortest distance for that. Regarding the safety, we know that nowadays we are just using the ammonia, but the ammonia nature is very toxicity, high corrosive nature. So there are the DNV classification society which are just preparing the white papers for that.
Coming to the implementation roadmap, we can estimate a time span of 5 years where we see first is policy clarity, which can take a time span of 0 to 1 year. Second is pilot corridors and PPPA, that is public-private partnership, that can take a time span of 1 to 3 years. The third point that we can bring into implementation is scale demand aggregation, that may take a time span of 1 to 4 years. Fourth is a fleet digital implementation, that is the longest time period, that is 5 years. In that we need standard sensors, digital twin, AI rerouting, and the last and not the least, finance instruments. In that we need deploy guarantees, blended finance, and also green shipping credit lines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, C1 and D8. You can get D3. D3. You can get your presentation. presentation. Ready? So D3, you are going to speak from the podium. Can you pull the, or you're using the hand mic or you're using the podium mic? Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Hello, check.
Are you trying out something with a mouse?
Yes, sir.
But you're required to see the screen, I suppose.
It's not working.
So, do you have a person with you who can operate the slides?
No, sir, I'm alone actually from my team.
So, take the mic, go there to the computer and speak from there.
I can do that.
Go ahead. Okay, I think you managed. Good. Okay, you're ready?
Yes.
Okay, floor is yours. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, did you know our invisible fleet of vessels of 100,000 vessels produces emissions as vast as it ranks as the world's sixth largest emitter? Offsetting just 1 year of emissions, we need to plant a forest that is larger than Egypt. The IMO demands net zero by 2050, but the vessels built today will still be sailing by then. We cannot wait for perfect solutions. The maritime industry had charted different courses. None bridges the gap. What's needed is bridging a gap from where we are to where we need to be. We represent a nation with fiscal capacity, shipbuilding expertise, and R&D infrastructure. We need solutions that work today. Our smart hybrid system operates in two stages. Subambient membrane separation increases the CO2 selectivity by 4 times, and then cryogenic separation achieves 96% purity. Cold nitrogen loops back. Our AI monitors various IoT sensors, and machine learning predicts membrane fouling 72 hours before. That is giving us 3 days' time to plan our maintenance, keeping an uptime of 91% as compared to 78% of conventional capture systems. The result, it consumes one third of the conventional system's energy to capture the same amount of CO2, but efficiency isn't a breakthrough. It's what happens next. We don't store CO2 as waste, we transform it. Direct carbon fuel cells generate electricity, refueling the fire flooding system on board using CO2 in life raft inflation over nitrogen because of its higher density, and carbon workshops could 3D print spare parts from emissions in the future. And all of this pays for itself in 3 to 4 years' time. What we ask is first, we request IMO to formulate regulation considering OCSS as one of the GHG reduction strategy. Right now, the IMO GHG strategy lacks explicit recognition of smart OCSS, which creates regulatory uncertainty for ship owners. They cannot determine whether these systems would count toward their CII rating or have compliance credits under existing framework. Second, constitute a working group to develop MRV protocols by MEPC 85. Without standardization, we face compliance chaos. Resolution MEPC 308 showed how LNG standards accelerated their adoption. That's what we want with our technology. Our 8 to 12 pilot vessels offer the test beds for the protocol that work. Third, we propose a targeted capacity building and infrastructure support. Current resolution sets a broad framework, but
lacks programs for technology like ours. What's needed are training frameworks for engineers and crews, certification standards, and financing guidance to connect developing nations with the actual fund. Equally vital is developing CO2 reception infrastructure at major ports. Today, ship owners hesitate to install these capture systems without offloading capacity, while ports wait for vessel demand. A classic chicken and egg problem that only international coordination can solve. Our analysis shows that 40 to 60% capex grants and 2.5% concessional loans. This approach can attract a private capital at a 4:1 ratio. Smart economics, not charity. Finally, we integrate into economic measures at only 100% at only $100 per ton for tier 1 carbon pricing. Our system generates 0.4 to $0.8 million annually per vessel. But only if mechanisms credit verified capture. Without integration, market signals push towards less viable alternatives. Economic uncertainty unlocks the $1.6 to $2 billion private capital we project. Hence, we have demonstrated our technology works. One-third consumption, 3 to 4 year payback, and we have proven developing nations can lead. Thank you.
Thank you, D3. And D8, get your presentation on. Is your mic okay?
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Can we have the D8 presentation back on?
Yeah, ready.
Just check your slides are moving with your. Yep. Okay. So the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Honorable Chairperson, good afternoon. I represent Team MEPC D8, speaking for Developing Nation, and today we present our innovative idea, practical and inclusive pathway towards maritime decarbonization, the integrated methanol ammonia hybrid fuel system. More about that later. Let's brush up some basics. International shipping contributes around 2.9% of GHG emission, and IMO has set new targets to achieve net zero by 2050. With MEPC 83 along with MEPC 391 adopted at the 81st session, focuses more on life cycle based decarbonization. But talking about a developing nation, it faces limited R&D, expensive clean fuel, and exposure to carbon legislation. Hence, decarbonization must remain accessible, affordable, and equitable. About my system, our idea integrates three proven technology into one ecosystem. First is onboard carbon capture and use. Second is onboard methanol synthesis. Third is dual fuel methanol ammonia combustion. This is our system diagram. It is self-made by our own team, not taken from any external source. And for better understanding, I have created this animation. Exhaust CO2 is captured using amine observers, having 95% purity, and reacted with green hydrogen in a micro reactor to generate synthetic methanol. AI-based digital twins optimizes the methanol ammonia ratio, hence improving ignition, cutting NOx by 40% and maximizing engine efficiency. The engine heat is reused to sustain reactor temperature and lifting system efficiency up to 72%. The outcome of the system, if we burn 1 kg of conventional HFO, 3.1 kg of CO2 is generated, but using our idea, 0.3 kg of CO2 is emitted. Now let's talk about the system efficient economic feasibility. Synthetic methanol production today is about $850 per ton, but it is projected to be as low as $600 per ton by 2035. If we couple this with carbon levies of $100 per ton of CO2, parity with HFO is achieved. Uh, Operationally, flame stability is improved, NOx emission is dropped, efficiency of 72% is achieved, ideal for stepwise adoption of for developing nation. Let's talk about some challenges. Integration require careful heat management, material compatibility, and IGF code safety. But these are engineering challenges, not barriers. Through IMO, GEF, and MTCC pilot project, we can achieve it. With conclusion, I would say, respected committee, developing nation reaffirm commitment to IMO net zero vision. Yet ambition must move hand in hand and with fairness. Our idea turns emission into opportunity through carbon reuse, waste heat valorization, and digital optimization. We request the committee to recognize it as a transitional, equitable, and scalable pathway integrated under IMO GEF and MTCC framework. Together, through shared innovation, we can ensure every nation sail toward the same green horizon. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you. And I would request E2 to be ready now. Is your presentation okay? Are you able to move? Are you set? Okay, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
So good evening, everyone, and I'm the financial and the equity dimensions of IMO net zero framework aim to reduce GHG gas emission from ships and focusing especially on how SIDs and NDCs, the small island developing states and least developed countries, we assess the financial adequacy of framework's climate fund, disparities in shipping costs and barriers for vulnerable nations in assessing support for decarbonization and adaptation of climate change. SIDs and LDCs are required between 40 and 60 billion US dollars annually to combine their decarbonization and climate change adaptation. We also identified a sharp trade cost disparities between SIDs and developed countries, that SIDs pay 5 times greater than the developed countries. That is 12.6% of import values is paid for shipping costs, whereas the developed countries are paying just 2.5% of the import values, which is a thing to be considered.
As we move forward to the evidences and analysis, we can see that, as he has already mentioned, first point, that is economic burden and trade impacts. And when we come to the fuel transition, we can see that by achieving 30% of the fleet renewal with the or biomethanol by 2040, we could cut 35 metric tons of carbon dioxide and save up to $1.2 billion by 2050. And the third one, that is infrastructure and adaptation squeeze, where as we already know that by 2100, that is 85% of the SID ports are at risk of flooding. And the fourth one will be the governance and access mechanism. That is a fair governance for and weighted allocation for formula to ensure a transparent and inclusive IMO fund distribution. Okay, when we come to the policy implication and way forward, where we can say that there are four core reforms. That is, we can expand and protect its funds, adopt fair carbon pricing, and enable blended finances with direct taxes, and strengthen the technical cooperation. And the second one, that is implication pathways. We can have a timeline for each and every implication we are going to do. And the third one, that is feasibility and global alignment. We can adopt models like adaptation fund, Croatia, and EU ETS. And in conclusion, the IMO must bridge the 30 to 50 billion funding gap with scaled, fair, and direct support to ensure the SIDs and LDCs are included. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, E2, and I'll give you a minute to collect your thoughts on what you want to do. I think you have heard quite a few ideas over the last 15 minutes or so. So now I open the floor for interventions. Raise your card if you want to intervene and seek a clarification or state anything about any other presentation. Thank you. Team B1, go ahead. Please do not switch off the mic.
I would like to ask MEPC D8 and D3 a combined question. What are the maintenance and retrofitting challenges for existing vessels, especially older ships or smaller cargo vessels? I'm asking this because we have a strong team in shipbuilding and retrofitting. So if you have any idea on this, we can collaborate with this. So I will be expecting something from you.
Thank you, B1, and I see no further.
Sir, for MEPC E2.
Okay, I'll let go this time, but once you say thank you, then I assume you drop your card down. Okay, go ahead.
MEPC E2, you have mentioned e-ethanol and biomethanol. I'm just curious about which do you more prefer which will be e-methanol or biomethanol for SIDs within a given infrastructure limitations. And for MEPC C1, you have mentioned about port infrastructures. I just want to know how these port infrastructures will be helps to reduce GHG emissions. Any strategic movement for that or not? I just want to know.
Thank you, B1. I see the card of D3 raised. D3, go ahead.
I have a question for team E2. They had mentioned that SIDS and LDC, they are least responsible for emissions, but they are a nation which rely heavily on their imported goods. So how can they emit less when all their economy is mostly reliable on imported goods? Then my next question is for team B1. They are a nation which has high risk of cybersecurity, and they have acknowledged that. Yet they have implied an extensive IoT sensor system which works great, but it also leaves a specific cybersecurity risk. So how is they have any measure or counter for that? My next question would be for team D8. Their technology of IMA HFS, they require 7 integral components. And if any one fails, or the reactor fouling, if the hydrogen delivery delay or waste heat malfunctions, how do you make it reliable on board a ship? That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your queries, D3. I see D8 has raised the card. Go ahead, D8.
Thank you. I have question for B1. B1 has mentioned regarding the fine system, but recently IMO GFI standards are there, greenhouse gas fuel intensity, which is already focusing on carbon fine system that I mentioned in my presentation about $100. So, how your system is different from the GFI and the innovation part. Next, I have question for D3. D3 is a developing nation, although they have mentioned they have proposed of using cryogenic technologies. As far as I've done the studies, cryogenic technology fitting charges are around 2.5 million or 25 million dollars. So, how a developing nation fleet can be able to manage these expenses? Thank you.
Thank you, D3. And I see C1, your card is up. C1, the floor is yours.
So I want to just ask the question to you too. As you mentioned that you are just going to use the ethanol and the methanol, but the nature of the ethanol and methanol is that it has a high ignition point and a low intensity. So and it is also the corrosive in nature to the engine. So how to just overcome this?
Thank you, C1. I see E2 has raised his card for request. Go ahead.
My question is for B1. As the topic is on AI, could you expand on how AI predictive maintenance could specifically contribute to emissions? And secondly, as you have mentioned in the slide regarding the uh, data transferring and all, is there any security for like cyber related?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, thank you for sharing your information and thank you for asking these queries. Now, I will ask you to respond if you wish to. So, B1, would you like to respond to the various queries which have been raised to you? Go ahead, please.
We got a combined question from D3 and D2 regarding the cyber security. As you mentioned, that is a vulnerable point because we are using artificial intelligence, IoT softwares and all. There is there may be a chance for poisoning the systems or interpreting or malfunctioning the data regarding the voyage and voyage plans. So now we are thinking of that regarding maritime cyber security. Regarding that, so many ideas are coming up along with the IMO also. So now we are trying to collaborate with the MSc ideas regarding cybersecurity softwares and just like firewalls, so softwares are also coming. So for their answer, we are trying to collaborate with MSc teams regarding cybersecurity. Then fine system of ports. That is actually, let me explain with an example. You just imagine a ship is coming to a port. At that time, that port facility should analyze the ship, that is, they are emitting the GHG emission. What are their performance regarding the GHG emission? So regarding that, if they are emitting more GHG, so regarding that, they should be penalized. That means we have to take fine from them so that this fund collectively we can use for uh, developing other technologies and also for developing countries or some ship owners may not have this much expense to implement the systems. So for those shipping owners, we can distribute this amount, and also a certain amount of fund should be given to the IMO or ISO for their futuristic emission strategies and rules. Then regarding predictive maintenance, uh, let me tell you an example. Just imagine a container vessel which is having a problem with fuel injector. So without any predictive maintenance, no one is noticing that a fuel injector is getting degraded. So for a longer voyage, that will decrease our ship engine efficiency. For example, the engine was running at 85 percentage of efficiency. Now it get reduced to 80 percentage. That 5 percentage means that 5 percentage of fuel has to more burn in order to achieve the same speed. That means at that time we are using more fuel for burning. That means thereby we are causing emission. So with the help of AI, we can predict that something has to be going to fail, so that we can early predict that this is going to fail, and we are getting alert so that the crew can plan maintenance for that system.
Thank you, B1. And I call upon C1. Would you like to respond?
So my answer is regarding the B1, regarding the GH emission and the port. So let's take example. For example, any ship just come to the Singapore and they have to just take the delay of about 5 days. So they have to just wait for the 5 days on that port. So regarding these 5 days, they have to just use some extra fuel for the operation of the equipment. So by using the improper, what to say, the improper length or limited length of the berth, it take the more time for delaying. So by rectify the problem of the port, we can just reduce the some amount of the GHG control.
Thank you for the clarification, C1. D3, would you like to respond to the queries raised to you?
Yes, I would like to respond to my query. The question came from team B1 to me as what are the retrofit challenges that I might face when I implement it in smaller cargo vessels. So now I need them to understand when you need to retrofit in any cargo vessel, we need to focus on 3 points. That is space, the available space, where to put that technology, the weight, and the power availability. Our technology that we had proposed, we have put it in a manner that it is modular, so that it can be retrofitted in any vessel. And about the power consumption that might add on to the existing fuel system, we are using waste heat recovery, so that the system powers itself using the direct carbon fuel cells as well. And this copes up with the challenge that we can face in retrofitting in a smaller vessel. But to make it more profitable, we would advise them not to make in retrofit in a small vessel, but in a large vessel, because smaller vessels can easily be replaced using methanol powered or LNG or cleaner fuel powered vessels. But the larger vessels, which are still on sailing out there in the sea and will still sail till 2050, we need to make them cleaner. So that's where our technology would help them to make them clean and comply with the IMO-Net strategy, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, D3. And then I'll come to D8. D8, would you like to respond? Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I've got three questions from three different teams. First, I'll talk for about B1 maintenance and retrofitting challenges. So, by continuous watchkeeping or on board, we have now UMS. So, UMS basically has some cut-in cut-off value. So, before having any mishap or a complete system failure, we already get an alarm and we can have a good predictive maintenance. About retrofitting, we have proposed a mine-based system. This amine-based system is can be used as a closed loop system again and again without refueling the amine, and hence the retrofitting cost will be quite much, but operational cost mainly is very minimal. Second, I would talk about a question from C1, the nature of methanol and ammonia. Yes, I totally agree with Sivan that ammonia is highly corrosive in nature. But engine manufacturing brands like MAN BMW and Wärtsilä are currently in development phase about these methanol and not methanol, but ammonia engines, along with dual fuel engine nature. So they are already doing their R&D and they are making ammonia compatible engines. And I have added methanol because ammonia has a poor burning nature. Methanol addition will help in better burning of the fuel. Third, about D3, integral component failure and how will we make it reliable. Again, I'll repeat the same thing from the first one, that using UMS before the value of any parameter comes critically low, UMS gives operation, or it will directly shut down or trip. So we can avoid unexpected failures from the system. Hence, the system will automatically will be more reliable. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And finally, E2. E2, would you like to respond?
Yes, sir.
Good.
So we would like to answer Team B3's question that SIDS is least responsible for import goods. So in reality check, 12.6% of import value is given by SIDs and least developed countries, and they are 5 times greater than the developed countries. And it doesn't matter whether they are least responsible for importing goods or not. The climate change, which is caused by the global wise countries, it causes everyone. It doesn't matter whether it's a small island or big countries. It doesn't matter. But because they are vulnerable nation, they are not having a good protection against when they're facing some climatic disaster. They are not okay enough to face them. So thus we by 2026 next year, IMO is trying to fund annually that amount of 10 to 12 billion US dollars, which is not efficient actually. This is what we gather from our research paper, that a funding of 40 to 60 US dollars annually can help their like combining their decarbonization and also adaptation needs. So
If I want to add to his that question, I would say that it is the geographical presence which we cannot change, and what we can do is we can support. And the second question which we got from MEPC B1 was whether I should take e-methanol and e-biomethanol. So regarding this, both have their own advantages and disadvantages. Therefore, I will prefer that depending on the type of ship, availability and needs, depending on that only I will choose. It's better to choose e-methanol and biomethanol rather than preferring any other fuels. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarifications and thank you for all of you for having this wonderful interaction. And thank you, audience. What we'll do now is have a break for exactly 10 minutes. 5 past 6, I would like the MSc teams, which are A3, B1, B3, B4, and E1, to be on the stage so we don't lose any time. 5 past 6, if MSc teams can be there. And thank you, MEPC teams, for taking part. Thank you. Over to the MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a significant moment of today's event, the signing of Memorandum of Understanding MOU between two prestigious institutions, Institute of Hotel Management, Dadar, and Indian Maritime University. It is our honor to invite Dr. Nishit Srivastav, Principal of Institute of Hotel Management, Dadar, and Captain Mihir Chandra, Director of Indian Maritime University, Navi Mumbai campus, to kindly come up on the stage.
We request Captain Mihir Chandra to present bouquet and mementos to Dr. Nishit Srivastav. We request everyone to kindly witness this important moment as these leaders come together to sign the MOU, marking a step forward in collaboration and shared vision. I now request esteemed Vice Chancellor, Pro Vice Chancellor, Controller of Examination to kindly come up on the stage for a gracious photograph to cherish this memorable moment.
Excuse me. Cadets, excuse me.
Teddy, please come on the stage and take your place.
Oh, can you ask him to get photos? Oh, sorry, sorry, sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Huh? Anybody is there? Yeah? No, okay. Yeah, get photos. Get photograph.
I don't know, sir. It has a SD card, so you'll have to like remove it and it'll take some time.
So I have crossed. That means.
You're there on the top. It's okay.
No, not my face, no?
No.
Then you can't.
Okay. It's okay. It's a begging piece. So you can have a word with Sagar. He has already sent some photos.
To whom?
Cinemanchala.
Already shared.
Already shared. He has like swapped the cameras twice. He took the photos.
So
and
MSc
then-
teams, please come and take your place on
and
the
then
stage.
he took the camera to Sagar, and meanwhile he was copying, he took the another camera. So I think you can ask Sagar once. He already has photos with the minister.
Minister, actually, I have taken some photos. From you only, I got it from you and shared there with the venue. Sagar, Have you taken photos from photographers? Mail. Did you send it to headquarters? Oh, fine, 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 thank you. Yes, sir. Directly you certified.
So while you settle in, does any of you need any clarification on the process? Are we ready at the back end with the presentations, MC?
Ah, yes.
Are we ready with the presentations loaded?
Remember your face.
So can we start? Okay, we start the MSc session now. We have 5 teams: A3, B1, B3, B4, E1. And I see all of you are here ready. Please keep the mic on only. Please do not switch it off. A3, is your presentation loaded? Is it ready? Go ahead. So A3, if you're ready, the floor is, are you set? Okay. Are you ready to go? Okay, A3, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Respected judges, dignitaries, and dear fellow cadets, a very pleasant good evening to one and all present here. This is Team MSc A3 presenting to you the development of cybersecurity standards on ships and port facilities. So, cyber threats in maritime sector are serious issues and are concerning for developed nations, stakeholders, businesses, and most importantly, the working hand. These threats cause the following impact on finance, supply chain, public safety, and environmental impacts. So, in the recognition of these threats, the IMO passed the resolution MSC 428 by 98, which guides to have a risk based approach with detect, protect, react, respond, and recover as the key principles. To attain this, I am hereby proposing BRAT, Bridge Attack Tool. This is the first maritime specific tool that enables a security assessment of integrated bridge system that enables us to identify potential cyber threats. Its working principle is quite simple. It provides simulated attacks on the integrated bridge system and finds the loopholes for the cyber attacks in all possible aspects. It's user friendly. It is based on a user friendly human machine interface that enables the non technical users to use it. It is compatible for Python that helps us to investigate security features. Therefore, based on this technology, I would like to propose to the MSc the development of a new operational technology that would be a combination of BRAT, AI, and electronic devices. This electronic device and this operational technology that would be developed with the integration of BRAT AI would act as the first line of defense against all kind of maritime cyber threats. And moreover, this technology can be used to train the workforce and help in building ship security plans. Just like AI can be trained, similarly, this operational technology that would be a combination of BRAT, electronic devices, and AI can also be trained
to monitor, access, and respond to the prevailing situation, and can generate countermeasures, warn bridge, port control towers, and company database and the nearby Coast Guard, and would present the best possible action to be taken in that particular situation, and this can be monitored in real time. Therefore, by delivering my conclusion, I would like to request to the committee that now it's time to shift from what to do to how to do. The above discussed technology can become the key to train the workforce, help in making ship security plan, and most importantly, become the first line of defense. And with this, we can detect, protect, react, recover, and respond to all kinds of cyber threats in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Etri. And B1, are you ready? Is your presentation on? Okay, I see your presentation is loaded. Are you okay with? Yep, looks okay. So B1, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Good evening to everyone present here. As it is evident that with the evolution of technology and introduction to maritime autonomous surface ships, taking present and future cybersecurity concerns into consideration, we Team MSc B1 are here with the following proposals to MSc Subcommittee for Cybersecurity Standards in SATCOM Shipping.
We have proposed total 5 proposals. So going on with our first proposal, which is the Matter Toolkit. The Matter Toolkit is a model-based risk assessment toolwork which is developed by the University of Plymouth, UK. It basically consists of the 3 components. First is the system identification. It helps the user to access and manage the cyber risk in a real-time scenario. Second is the threat identification. It helps the user to get the risk in a risk-based assessment tool so that he has a risk matrix to see how to deal with the risk. Finally, we have the mitigation and control measures. It provides mitigation and control measures for the risk, like installation of the firewall system, updation of the system in order to tackle with the cyber threat. Moving on to our next proposal, which is a quantum computing technology, which is in the latest innovation and uses the principle of quantum computing to deal with the computation and encryption of data. It consists of 3 components. First is the quantum key distribution, second is the QRNG, and third is the quantum entanglement. So, to understand this, let's consider an example. A ship consists of transmitters and shores consist of receivers. So, the quantum entanglement tool shoots photons using the quantum pair encrypted with the QRNG in a highly unbreakable encryption. The QKD provides a secure decryption channel between the ship's facility and the receiving facility. The data as sent by the shore facility is received by the ship and vice versa without any fail of information. It provides an unbreakable encryption whether in a long distance. QRNG has developed from a traditional PRNG and TRNG into our progress day. Moving on to our next proposal, which is the Central COS Cybersecurity Operations Center, which is not a government body. It is operated by a private owner shipping companies managedly. It provides 24/7 monitoring system. Therefore, every nation must have such committees. Moving on to our fourth proposal, which is Cyber Incident Emergency Response Team. It is organized by a private companies. It basically works on 3 principles by responding, detecting, and managing cyber threats. Moving on to last proposal, which is bandwidth efficiency. In order to increase the bandwidth efficiency, we have to install modular satellites in the sea so that communication is available from the mid-ocean too. Lastly, we would like to end with a quote, like a lighthouse in a restless sea, cybersecurity shines not by just predicting the storms, but by facing the unexpected. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, B1. B3, are you ready with your presentation? You'll be doing it from there? Are you able to move the slides? Or do you have a team member who is operating the slides? I don't think the range is enough, it will not work from there. Okay. B3, you ready? The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Greetings everyone. We are here discussing a pragmatic framework for maritime cybersecurity and operator-centric approach to mitigating modern threats. Now, coming to the final directive, we have a process pillar, which is the first pillar of our solution. It proposes IMO to adopt a new non-mandatory goal-based code for maritime cybersecurity. Now comes the question why we chose NIST. Because it provides an instant recognized structure for both implementation and audit compliance. Keeping all the 6 core functions of NIST as mentioned in the slide, this integrates cyber risks into existing safety management systems (SMS) and mandates asset inventories, network segmentation, continuous monitoring, and scenario based response plans, all while operators to choose tools which fit their budgets. Now, coming to the second pillar of our solution, the people pillar, which is the most important element in my say, because the human pillar is the primary attack vector in cybersecurity. We must mandate tiered cybersecurity training with standardized curriculum, which includes 2 tiers. The tier 1 is awareness, and the tier 2 is for the officers. Tier 1 awareness is the short interactive e-learning for all the seafarers, and tier 2 includes uh, in-depth courses for designated ship and port cybersecurity officers. Now comes how will we mandate the officer learning? It will be with the help of SCORM. SCORM stands for Shareable Content Object Reform Model. It will ensure compatibility between different LMS systems and courses they host. Now coming to the next slide, we have our third pillar, which is establishing an IMO-led threat sharing platform. It is the main pillar which acts as a interconvention between the first 2 pillars. Uh, because it focuses on sharing the information in real time and makes the global defense more reliable. The architecture will be a secure web application for centralized data processing, and interoperability will be achieved using STIX-TAXII protocol, which allows large operators to automatically feed threat intelligence directly into their own internal security tools like SIEM, security information and event management systems. This means when the app will work or a web application will work, it will directly feed the real-time data and propose some using the LLMs. It will make a framework which would be like using the data for more ec- m- giving the existing cybersecurity norms more of a real-time defense system. Now comes the legal framework. Legal framework. Previous slide, please. The legal framework is for the swift sharing of data and wider participation. Now comes the conclusion. For conclusion, we are building this non-mandatory goal-based code will be beneficial for developing nations too, as they can mold it to their need, and it because it's a flexible way of monitoring and assessing the cybersecurity. An advancement in cybersecurity and technology will further help in future of autonomous ships and inclusion of AI. Together, let's build a genuine resilience of our digital seas, building the flexible code, empowering the seafarers, and advancing the technology for collaborative measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, B3 and B4. You are ready? Get your presentation on screen.
Check.
Okay, you are ready? Slides moving. Okay, the floor is yours. B4.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today I would like to put forward the proposal for development of a non-mandatory cybersecurity code. Now, our code comprises of a tier-based pilot program. Here, I will not focusing on the technical aspect as much as on the implementation aspect of marine cybersecurity codes. As we have observed, as my fellow members have said about the NIST cybersecurity frameworks, their own frameworks or their own models, and even in the MEPC convention, the fellow members of the committee said that there's cybersecurity concerns regarding AI were there. In the NIST framework, these concerns have already been addressed. The solutions are present, but why have they not been implemented?
To implement such solutions, they have to be field tested, regulated, monitored, infrastructure has to be set up, funds need to be regulated. In my proposal, I'm going to tackle that issue on the cyber security aspect instead of the technical aspect. Now, moving on, why are these solutions not implemented instantaneously? It is because one of the few reasons is either they are not equitable, they do not ensure equitable participation, or they are not dynamic enough, or the structure or the structure or the framework is not dynamic enough to keep up with the cyber threats as they constantly change and evolve. Therefore, we need a framework that is dynamic and is constantly changing. For this, we propose a tier-based system. In this, we will classify each and every nation into 3 tiers: high capacity, limited capacity, and developing nations. We will leverage our fleets. We have modern fleets in our delegation. We will leverage these to test this R&D. The developing nations will provide localized regional data, and the high capacity nations will give the R&D and the infrastructure for it while we will test it out. Together, this will create an ecosystem where R&D is constantly tested, field tested, regulated, monitored, and is ready to be deployed at moment's notice, because cybersecurity threats are constantly changing and evolving, and we need to be fast to implement it instead of being slow and focusing on sophisticated technologies. Now, to empower this, what we need is a peer exchange in a cyber shadowing program. We need to develop manpower, we need to develop worker training, we need to partner up with labor organizations, port authorities, classification societies, so that all of this goes in tandem while we are testing this product, getting it field tested, and implementing it on the go as the cyber threat changes. Because cyber threats are not constant, I reiterate this point. To address this, we will establish regional centers, we'll create digital repositories called marine cyber repository hubs, so that information is cross-shared upstream and downstream, so that everyone has proper access to information and is ready to defend themselves from the oncoming and developing cyber threats. This is the crux of my argument. Moving on the collaborative pool. I'm proposing a centralized fund system, which is collaborative donor funding scheme, and similar to IMO facilitated consortiums, which other IMO organizations have adopted. It is a voluntary and multilateral investment pool, and it should be governed by the donor members that are contributing to this pool, so that this infrastructure can be built, this testing can be done, and all in real time, and also deployed in real time, instead of arguing behind the sophistication behind all of these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before even, are you having your presentation loaded? Okay. Is your slide function okay?
Hello.
Okay, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Have you ever wondered what would happen if a major shipping port was suddenly shut down, not by a storm but by a cyber attack? As our ships and ports rely more on digital systems, cybersecurity is no longer just a technical issue. Today we will explore why maritime cybersecurity is critical and what we can do to protect our industry from it. Cyber incidents have caused major port disruptions with dangerous risk. A stark example of the 2017 ransomware attack crippled the Merck's global operation and resulted in a massive loss. In response to it, the international bodies like IMO have taken decisive actions, like resolution of MSC 42898 now makes a cyber risk management a mandatory part for SMS, that is safety management system. It also implies 5-stage framework that are identifying and understanding the risk, protecting assets, detecting incidents, and ensuring a swift response recovery after an event. Building a resilient cybersecurity posture requires strong governance and defined policies and robust asset management. It is vital that organizations establish cyber risk ownerships, systems inventory, and classify digital assets by vulnerability, deploying monitoring systems, and planning for incidents response, ensuring protective measurements. There are numerous critical maritime incidents and risks related to navigation tools like ECDIS, GPS, and AIS. These vulnerable attacks potentially be spoofed or manipulated. It also includes propulsion controls like engine management and SCADA systems. Also terminal operations like automated cranes and cargo tracking network. The challenge is that measures is not without its own challenge. Many older vessels lack modern security features requiring costly upgrades and risk prioritizations. Real-time monitoring is hampered by connectivity limits as ships at sea rely on satellite communications. Above all, comprehensive cybersecurity awareness and training for crew and staff are necessary to build a culture of security. Looking ahead, we must harmonize international standards across maritime nations and invest in securities into vessel architecture, deploying intelligence system for autonomous and continuous trainings like education and drills. Proactive to cyber Proactive to cyber defense is not just an option but also a necessity for security our maritime industries and for future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all for giving your views. Uh, now I'll open the floor, give you a couple of minutes to have your thoughts together. Before you're already ready with your thoughts, before the floor is yours.
Good evening, sir. I would like to first of all ask a question to Team A3. They proposed the BRAD framework. My question to them is, are they aware that the ships already have a CAN-based system for electronic integration and data logging? How, and in the summary paper, they also mentioned that they'll be using serial bus connections and Ethernet connections. How are these also not prone to jamming or some other cyber threat? How is their BRAD system by itself not prone to cyber attacks since they're using these technologies, which, in my humble opinion, are less sophisticated than CAN-based bus technologies, which the ships already use? My second question is to Team B1, which proposed the macro system. They mentioned quantum entanglement or the way quantum encryption. They mentioned quantum encryption. This infers that we would require quantum chips to produce such information. For quantum chips, they are operated by qubits instead of binary digits 0 and 1. These qubits always exist in a state of superposition. For this, they need cryogenic environment. This cryogenic environment is there to reduce the noise. If a ship is already moving, because the database center which will be transmitting will be on the ship. Ship is already moving. The noise from the ship, won't this affect the qubits and therefore result in quantum systems being like not wise to implement? That is my question to them. If they have a suggestion or answer to this, I'm more than welcome. My next question is to Team B3. They set the people vector, and regarding the people vector, as I mentioned, I would like to extend a collaborative hand because the regional centers that I want to establish, the way I want to work, my proposition primarily debates on, I want to make the framework itself dynamic instead of the technology, since majority of technology is already there. This requires the people vector to be solved. And since I like the proposal on the people vector, I would like to extend a collaborative hand because I think this is beneficial for everybody. And for team E1, they mentioned that we need strong governance and policies in there. And here I am with a strong policy which is dynamic in nature. I am asking them if they wish to collaborate with me and implement my dynamic policy into their framework as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. B4, I see A3. A3, go ahead.
Hello, thank you. My question is to B1. As they presented the MACRA program, and they mentioned that this program is still under test. So since the patch are not yet applied, so how do you plan to prevent your application from 0-day attack? Like since the patch has not yet been applied, though, so they are vulnerable to attacks. And after this, I would like to add a proposal. The teams here that are team B3 and B4 presented and talked about training programs. So as cyber security is an evolving topic and cyber threats are evolving day by day. So For training the workforce, as a developed nation, I am presenting the tool of BRAT. So for training the workforce, I am inviting the following teams. So we can collaborate with the help of the implementations of BRAT. We can train the workforce and work together to attain the common goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, A3. I see B1. You want to take the floor? Go ahead.
So my first question is to B4. I want to ask, how can you implement that tiers you said so that they can reduce the human error? And my next question is to A3. How would you integrate BRAT, AI, and electronic device together? And my next question is to E1. How would you standardize the cybersecurity, as you mentioned?
Thank you very much, B1. Do I see any other requests for the floor? E1? Okay, E1, the floor is yours.
My first question is to B1. They are going to do a quantum computing technology. How it will work? Because quantum, we are in a LKG level in quantum technology. So how it will work? Then next question to B4. Uh, they will create an ecosystem with developing and developed nations. In some cases, it can lead to a cyber warfare. How you will prevent that one? Next question is to B3. They have some web applications to prevent cyber attacks. Can you name some web applications?
You want a name of some
Web applications.
I suppose that over a cup of tea you can ask them those details. B3, the floor is yours.
So my question is in coordinates with everyone asked to team B1 about the quantum technology, because quantum technology has a really evolving set of tools for it. It has quark, leptons, and hadrons. So there can be change in data, which because ship is a moving structure. So how will we? I am interested in knowing that how will you assess that the ever changing and sharing of information because of the quantum technology.
Okay, B3. So thank you very much for all your questions, and I assume you have been taking notes of what you have been asked for. So A3, would you like to respond to what has been asked? Yeah, A3, floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. As before mentioned about that, yeah. So answering to the question of before, for securing BRAT, we can present a multi-layered security patch that can be presented with the help of an AI, and it can also we can also plant decoys so that we can spoof the attackers from protecting us from foreign attacks. And answering to yeah yeah, the other question was about integration of BRAT AI and operational technology. So, as a developed nation, I have the sources for research and development, and I have the fund. So, I can put up a team of engineers, have collaboration, and as we know that for presenting the data from an AI, we need physical mode, and that can be only be possible with the help of electrical technology. So, with the help of the research and development and uh, further investment, we can integrate BRAT AI and electronic devices. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarifications, A3. B1, would you like to respond? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. We will surely like to answer. So the first question was from before, like they asked that how the ship transmission will affect if it is affected by the noise or from the engine room description. So like the quantum technology uses the quantum entanglement tool, and the QKD, which is the quantum key distribution, it provides a secure channel between the transmitters and the receivers. So, if the photons are transmitted by the transmitter, it's generate a photon pair, and the pair is received as frequently by the receiver. This description is ensured using the QRNG, with the quantum random number generators, which have developed from the traditional pseudo-random generators and the traditional random generator which we are using nowadays. But the QRNG have highly encrypted tools, and it's not affected by the noise or any engine room descriptions. Therefore, and the qubits, as mentioned, the qubits have ensured us that this inscription are totally valuable and long, with ease of updation also, like it have highly updated, and also if new technology is coming, it's highly of the ease of updation. Next, we would like to answer to A3. They asked about that macro framework as a zero-day attack. Sorry to mention, but the macro is being used by the European Union flagship program, and they are using it very well. It has not been under zero-day program attack. It's been continuously using, and the American continents are also using it. The MACRA has three fundamental like risk assessment tool, vulnerability assessment, and finally the control and mitigation measures. So it takes all the information available, makes it in a risk matrix, and evaluate using the risk measure mitigation program. It alarms the user or the host that something is going to happen and gives the IP address of the attacker to the host. Therefore, it has provided us with the cyber incident response. Next, the even asks that how will quantum work? So, quantum is now an innovative program, and many programs are running on, like the China's Meteor satellite program. It's have highly promoted the quantum technology, and they are using it in their naval and the defense line. So there is no doubt that quantum will enhance our merchant ships also if it is adopted in it also. So quantum, as I mentioned before, it uses the three components QKD, QRNG, and the quantum entanglement tool. It's very much efficient if it's installed in the merchant ships. Finally, we have the question from the team E3 that how will you assess that if the quantum technology is being fine? Quantum technology is being assisted by the quantum headquarters, and it's having the quantum supercomputers installed at the transmitters and the receivers. So the basic principle is that the quantum technology is now an updation. Every nation is working on that. India has to work with it. IIT Delhi is also working on it as ISRO, and we will surely see the future with quantum technology being used on the merchant ship or the following decades, because maritime autonomous ships, surface ships, are also coming into play, and we are not far to see the future with using quantum technology in the maritime autonomous ships working in an efficient manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, B1 and B3.
I got a question from B1.
Hello. You. Please ask for the floor. B3, you asked to respond.
Excuse me, sir. So I didn't have any questions. I just had a A3 extended a collaborative hand, so I want to respond to that.
Please go ahead.
So the BRAT structure is a good implementation of an app, but our structure is basically a structure which is an offline way of presenting the learning management system through SCR and the SCOM, which I proposed in my model. So because the internet on the sea is not is on the land, so I think that structure might be can be a good measure for it, but the SCOM can't be implemented in a way, in an online way, as I have proposed. It's an offline way of sharing the data.
Thank you for the clarification, B3. Before your card is raised for responding to the questions or for anything else? Okay. Even you raised your card, have you dropped it or your card is still raised?
Raised, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Even. What do you want to say?
I need to respond to a question from B1. How will you
You will
stand?
get your chance to respond when we come to you. At that time, you can take it up. I'm going alphabetical wise at the moment, if that is okay.
Okay.
Okay, before the floor is yours.
evening, sir. So I would like to respond to A3's questions that cyber threats are involving, and he extended a hand to collaborate with the BRAT infrastructure. Definitely, this is the core of our proposition. We want others to give their technical advancements. We want to change the framework's implementation in a manner that is dynamic. Definitely, there's no harm in getting it field tested. Maybe there are some localized places where this can work perfectly. And for those localized regions, we can definitely implement BRAT structures and for some specific vessel fleets. Therefore, definitely, I welcome this collaboration and it can be definitely used in specific cases. Second, Team B1 asked how the tiers will reduce human error. I would like to answer this with an example. Let us say Team B1 as a developed nation develop the macro tool, and they want to field test and implement this because no tool will be implemented in the field without field testing. And they also want it to be done fast in real time before the cyber threats change again, before they have to change their proposition. This is what we're here to do. This tier system where the high capacity team, high capacity member state will develop a tool. The limited capacity members such as ours will test it on our pilot fleets in localized regions, and the developing nations will provide manpower. They'll be the backbone of these operations. Together, this will make sure that everybody is kept in loop and in coordination, therefore reducing human error. Because there is downtime, that is why there is more human error. We want to reduce this downtime. We want our policy to be constantly active and ever changing as the threats change as well. Therefore, this can be a good example to implement their uh, solution as well through a tier system. And finally, Team E1 asked that our proposition could lead to a cyber warfare between developed nations and developing nations. While this can happen to any council, disputes can happen to any council. For this reason, we mentioned the governing council in collaboration with the funds that we mentioned. This governing council is there to keep a check. The members are there to keep a check on each other. The partnerships with various organizations such as ILO and IAPH, IACS, they're there to keep a check that nobody violates these funds, or if there is some vulnerability that is being exposed, it is kept confidential, and the information sharing system that is being developed is restricted only to merchant vessels and not to naval. So therefore, this governing council holds this responsibility. While there can be loopholes, I'm open to further suggestions to further improve my proposition if they have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before and even you can have the floor now.
I got question from B1. How will you standardize your cybersecurity? Goal-based maritime cybersecurity framework. They have some set of frameworks we are having. Technical control, supply chain production, risk management, training drills, and we have one system called digital twin cyber infrastructure. We can do a simulated attack on a ship. We can learn many things from that kind of attacks. So we can achieve that standard or to prevent cyber attacks from any other bodies.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies. Thank you for participating in this session. Thank you very much. And sharing the knowledge, and I'm sure you will find good ways ahead for cyber security for the vessels. So, thank you, judges. Anything from your end, or do we let them go? Okay, so thank you very much for this session, and we'll be ready for the next session, which is on STC, and we have 4 teams. If the 4 teams are ready, can I request the name tags to be put and the teams to come on stage and take their place? So while the judges get ready, any of you need any clarification? Any queries from your end before we start the session? Okay. So we have four teams out here, starting with C6, D2, E4, E5. So C6, are you ready? Is your presentation ready? Go ahead. C6, you're comfortable? Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Today we'd like to present our topic economic advantages and limited environmental concerns of fiber-reinforced plastic in ship structures for developing nations. FRP, fiber-reinforced polymers, have a rich history of utilization in marine environment, appreciated for their enhanced durability, high strength-to-weight ratio, and resistance to chemical and biological degradation.
In our initial paper, we have discussed and written in depth about FRP's economic implications, comparison with traditional steel, economic implications, and recycling for a developing nation. But here, keeping our paper crisp, we are presenting only our policy recommendations and change in amendments for the better use and adoption of FRP in developing nations.
Policy recommendation 1. Strategic grants and subsidies should be provided by the government to encourage private sector investment. More foreign presence would mean more competition and ultimately result in better prices and quality of FRP. Next, industrial cluster development should be done. This increases economy of scale and innovation. Next, technology partnership. Joint ventures should be made between established FRP manufacturers and local businesses. Such partnership will facilitate knowledge transfer, new manufacturing techniques, and promote sustainable industrial development.
Policy recommendation 2. Investment in workforce development should be done through vocational programs and implement apprenticeships in FRP fabrication in order to maintain a consistent supply of skilled workers in shipyards. Collaboration with education institutes should be done to incorporate composite engineering and material science into their curriculum, promoting research and innovation. Government industry technology transfer should be done to enhance local expertise and facilitate the adoption of best global practices.
Policy recommendation 3. Modernize standards. Collaborate with maritime authorities to update shipbuilding codes, guaranteeing that the manufacturing of FRP will possess well-defined certification pathways that enhance safety compliance and investment. Adopt international norms like ISO, IMO, etc., and engage stakeholders to create forums that unite policymakers, industry experts, and certifiers.
To enhance the safety and broader application of FRP in maritime vessels, revisions to the SOLAS and 2010 FTP code are necessary. Our proposed amendment is to extend the guidelines for use of FRP beyond alternative designs and establish explicit prescriptive standards for FRP in smaller vessels and non-critical areas of ships.
Key recommendation for change in amendments in SOLAS and 2000 FTP code. Firstly is to amend the 2010 FTP code to introduce phase testing suited to regional FRP production in developing countries. Then secondly is to develop FRP standard for smaller vessels to reduce dependence on complex design methods. Third will be to allow regional approval of local FRP materials meeting safety standards.
Certify FRP yards and link trained workforce compliance to safety. Include FRP recycling and disposal guidelines to meet future environmental regulations.
And lastly, address shortages in trained surveyors, certification programs, and testing access through IMO technical support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. C6. Uh, D2, are you ready to take the floor? Is the presentation loaded? Slides moving. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Today we are at the turning point of the shipping field and we are sailing towards the decarbonization. But the materials we use must be safe, sustainable, and recyclable. So we have the solution for these challenges. The traditional shipbuilding materials like steel and thermoset FRP have served us well, but at a heavy environmental cost. These structures are non-recyclable, flammable, and release high VOC emissions. And our solution is a hybrid FRP. ATM is a closed mold process which is energy efficient and it is used for making the large ship structures. Number third is the UV pultrusion. UV pultrusion is a rapid curing process which is used for making the stiffness and the depth. Now moving toward the proposal to SDC. We propose SDC to create an interdisciplinary working group to collect data from the various classification societies and to develop an accelerated type approval for novel recyclable thermoplastic FRP system that we consider the hybrid FRP. And the number up is the coordinate with the Maritime Safety Committee like MEPC and CCC for the sustainability alignment. Now we are discussing the implementable objectives. Our objectives are to launch these FRP hubs in developing nations and to implement the FRP repair hub in this developing nation for the end of life management and to formulate the IMO guidelines. Now I'm just showcasing the strategic uses of our hybrid FRP, that is helium resin, UV pultrusion, and VRRTM in the actual ship. In conclusion, I want to discuss that our system, like hybrid FRP, which we use helium resin, VRTM, and UV pultrusion, it ensures and bridges the gap between the innovations and IMO compliance, which is necessary, which is fire safe and sustainable. Our helium resin method empowers developing nations. It strengthens their circular economy. So we SDC D2 urge SDC committee to take up this initiative and work toward this idea for a circular economy and a greener maritime future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And E4, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
You have a presentation?
Yes, sir, we have a presentation.
Go ahead, but how are you going to move the slides?
So we'll move, we have a friend out there. So because we three are going to speak.
Okay, all three of us, so you tied it up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, as long as it works. Go ahead, E4, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Good evening, respected chair and distinguished delegates. We are here to introduce our paper on the guidelines for the use of fiber reinforced polymer within ship structure. Our paper focuses on enhancing safety, efficiency, and environmental performance in shipbuilding through modern materials. At present, marine grade steel dominates the industry, but it faces several limitations like its high weight increases propulsion power and fuel consumption, which raises carbon emissions. It is susceptible to corrosion, which weakens the hull and demand constant and costly maintenance. During fire exposure, steel's thermal limitations lead to deformation or collapse, posing serious safety risks. These drawbacks highlight the need to explore alternative material that meet the industry's future demands for safety and sustainability.
Looking at the alternative, now we come on the advantages of FRP over existing material. FRP, fiber reinforced polymer, present a highly promising alternative to steel. It offers a strength to weight ratio which is 70% lighter than steel, and it also maintains the
same strength as of steel have. And the weight reduction improve the fuel consumption, and it also support the use of zero carbon fuel just like ammonia and hyd- hydrogen. FRP is also corrosion resistant, and it also reduce the rust related problem on ships, and it also reduce the maintenance needs on the ship. Its durability enhance safety, operational efficiency, and because of that, it increase the overall life of the vessel. Through these advantages, FRP support the maritime industry transition towards greener and safer shipping structures.
To ensure the safe and responsible use of FRP within ship structures, our paper proposes three key recommendations. First, use resins with low smoke and toxicity and fibers that ensure superior strength and durability. Provide training for personnel in composite fabrication and repair to maintain quality and safety standards. Third, adopt a circular economy framework that promotes recyclability and reusability of composite materials. Developing a goal-based guidelines for FRP will help balance innovation with safety and environmental protection, leading towards a lighter, more sustainable, and stronger ships. Now, with the request of the committee, we would like ourselves to add it in the IMO working group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, E4. And E5, are you ready? Okay.
Okay.
So you set? Okay. The floor is yours. Go ahead, E5.
So timer is on. Good evening, everyone. We are team STCE5. Our paper is based on the guidelines for use of FRP within ship structure. So we are proposing an idea of using ultrasonic testing in FRP structures, which has high detection capability of finding delaminations, void, and resin degradation, which can happen during in transit or during the manufacturing of the FRP structure. So the key benefits are it is a non-destructive testing, and it has in-service capabilities, inspection capability that it can be used to find out if we are not dry docking it, and it has automatic scanning capability, which we are proposing a continuously monitoring system. So this is a testing apparatus. You can see the CFRP sample and artificial defects are built into it, and the peer transducer will transmit the ultrasonic waves, and it will receive it, and the DAC system, that is data acquisition system, will convert it into waves. So this is the four steps we are following. First, the ultrasonic inspection model is created. Data is procured using the using using ultrasonic probes, and the signal analysis is done by using different AI methods like ML methods to filter out the any other unwanted noises, and defect localization and imaging is done by using different software such as MATLAB.
So the current IMO guidelines by using FRP are divided into three steps. Like first is in non-load bearing structures. So we are using in decorative panels, accommodation areas, and non-load bearing structures which are under limited fire risk, and vessels which are under length 24-meter length, and also the vessels which are not under IMO guidelines are used FRP freely. And as of now, in load bearing structures, FRP is not used because of its SOLAS 2 regulations. So the ideas we propose is that we need to do a baseline UT scan when it's a construction, and also we need to conduct in-service UT checks, and also we need to use a recognized method and approved inspectors in every annual scanning, and also we need to report this in a log, and also repair if it is needed, and also recheck. And the way forward is that we need to standardize UT methods and develop FRP standards, and also design according to way of FRP standards, and also we need to sustain a practice like decommission of FRP. Thank you.
Thank you very
These are the
much.
references that we use.
Thank you very much. And if you can. So thank you for sharing your views on and various ideas on FRP usage. Uh, I think you have listened to each other, and now I would like to listen to you if you have your thoughts on any queries. So I see D2, your card is up. D2, the floor is yours.
Hello. Good evening, sir. So, firstly, I would like to ask a question to the team E5. So, you have mentioned about ultrasonic testing in your presentation, and you propose ultrasonic testing as a standard method for inspecting FRP structures. But given that advanced UT systems and calibration facilities are expensive and rarely available in developing shipbuilding nations, how do you ensure this method remains practically implementable worldwide, especially without increasing the technology gap between the developed and as well as the developing maritime industries? And next, I would like to ask question to Team C6, and this I would like to put forward this query from a developing nation's perspective. So, you have emphasized FRP as an economic opportunity for developing nations, but considering that most high performance fibers, resins, and testing infrastructure are still imported, how can these nations achieve genuine self reliant shipbuilding without becoming dependent on foreign technology and materials? And finally, I would like to put forward a proposal. Like the team E4 had mentioned in their proposal to SDC about prioritizing resins with low emissions. And we, the team D2, had already talked about helium resin, which is basically a breakthrough in the field of FRP. And it's quite an innovation. So we will be very much happy to collaborate on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, D2. And I see C6, your card is up. C6, you can take the floor.
So, sir, my question is for Team E4. What specific technical failure modes are most critical at the FRP to steel interface in tropical marine environment, and how do you propose developing nation with potentially less advanced joining and NDT capabilities can ensure long-term structural integrity of hybrid hulls?
Sir, I would like to ask question to Team E5. As from your presentation, we can understand it is a good and needed method. I am with you on that point, but it arises me to a question that why is this not standardized yet? What are the major challenges, if any? Also, I would like to ask a question to Team D2. I support the use of hybrid FRPs, but can you detail any gaps in type approval of hybrid FRPs, particularly concerning recyclability and end of life traceability requirements?
Thank you, C6. I see. Is there any other request from the floor? Okay, E5, you have the floor.
So my question is to C6. They told about the um, toxicity of the FRB structures, yeah, as in the FTP. So what amendments can be like amended for the to the FRP's FTP, so such that the toxicity of the FRP during the combustion can be reduced. And I'd like to have a collaborative hand to D2. They have proposed a hybrid FRP. So by using the ultrasonic method, we can test the structural integrity of the hybrid FRP because it can detect the crack propagation or defects that have been occurred in the FRP structure. Because they are doing it for a like a new, it is a new proposal. So I like to add on a question also. Like, is there any change if we are using the hybrid FRP in different structures, such as if it's load bearing or it's a non-load bearing structure, such as uh, superstructures? So nowadays FRP is only used at the pipelines inside the superstructures or the parts of superstructures, um, or the pipelines that contain or that can contain corrosive items, that transports corrosive items. So is there any selective hybrid FRP that you are proposing to address that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, E5. E4, floor is yours. Go ahead.
So, firstly, I agree and accept Team D2's proposal for the use of resin, but I also have a query on it. Like, their paper emphasized the recyclability of LEMR resin and its compliance with the Hong Kong Convention. But current large-scale ship recycling infrastructure is designed for metallic dismantling. So, how do you propose integrating thermoplastic FRP recycling into existing framework? And my next question is for Team E5. Their presentation highlighted ultrasonic testing as part of predictive maintenance and approach for FRP structure to enable condition-based inspection. But given that shipboard environment involve vibration, fouling, and variable temperature gradients that can affect signal interpretation. So, how do you plan to mitigate this operational interference? That's all, sir.
Thank you very much, E4. And so now I'll go. C6, would you like to respond to the questions which have been raised to you? Go ahead.
Sir, I'll first answer E5's question. I agree with the point that smoke and toxicity proposes a greater concern than an immediate, maybe a structural collapse, which can be identified through testing. For this, I would amend that stricter adherence to smoke and toxicity testing must be there, even for smaller or larger vessels. Even though other tests can be simplified for smaller vessels in order to for the better adoption of FRP in developing nations, but this test should be mandatory. And the revised 2010 FTP code should mandate that FRP resins being used in places of high occupancy and confined spaces should meet the lowest possible regulation threshold for smoke toxicity. This can be easily done as SOLAS already allows the use of FRP through alternate design. After all, the safety of life is most important, whether for a developing nation or a developed nation. Also, sir, I would like to.
So we would like to answer D2. They said that the resins that are used is of higher cost, but we have already proposed that in the 2000, we would like to propose that in the 2010 FTP code, the local resins should be uh, should the local resins that are meeting safety standards should be applied in the ship structure, so that would help the developing nations which don't have the facility of like high cost resins can use their local resins which are manufactured, and when they meet the safety standards they can be used in the ship structure. That's how they will improve.
Thank you very much. Thank you, C6. D2, are you ready to respond? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good evening. So, firstly, I would like to answer to the query raised by Team C6 regarding the gaps in end of recyclability as well as at the end of life. So, in our presentation, we had mentioned helium resin as well as an UV pultrusion technology. So, helium resin is basically a new technology, thermoplastic introduced by I-ESKIMO. And if we combine UV pultrusion with the helium resin, then it is clear that this fairly takes a low energy in recyclability, as well as during the end of life we can again reuse it. So it basically creates an economic chain in the shipbuilding wherein we can use FRP again and again for a long time. Also now
answering the query raised by team E5 about our resin and where it can be used and regarding the load bearing of that. So we had already shown a slide in our presentation depicting a ship as well as where our hybrid resins as well as the FRPs can be used in the shipbuilding. So that slide was clearly explanatory. So I hope that answers your query. And now regarding the changing the policies about that, we had talked about it in the presentation about how we can change the policies because right now the Solas 2 part 2 mainly is relevant for the traditional FRPs, and what we are discussing today is hybrid FRPs. So yes, there is a requirement for the change of policies in the Solas as well as the FTP code 10. So I hope that answers the queries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. E4, would you like to respond to the queries? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. My answer is for C6. Your question was regarding using FRP with ammonia or hydrogen fuels. So, since there are new fuels and heavy and need big tanks, so we can add metal joint and hybrid parts where the loads are high. So FRP does not get overstretched. So we can also add insulation to protect FRP for temperature changes. And all areas can be tested properly to make sure that they stay safer under pressure and heat. So that's it from my side, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, E4. E5, are you ready? Then go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. So I'd like to answer E4. They asked about how we are compensating the vibrations that are happening in the ships so that it does not affect our ultrasonic testing. I would like to say that advanced filtering algorithms are there. That's why we are proposing AIML method, such that we can filter out the defect vibrations that are emitting, and we are using high power waves such as guided waves or lamp waves, such that we can get the delocalization of the cracks accurately. And I would like to answer D2. Uh, we are using as if now we are not considering the FRP usage in the load bearing structure. We're using it for non-load bearing structure and the vessels that are under 24 meter. We can use the PWA sensor like photo wafer acoustic sensors, which are comparably cheap, and by using the lamp wave method lamp wave method and advanced filtering algorithms, we can make it much cheaper than using the high-end sensors. And the question from C6 was why it was not standardized yet, even though it's a good proposal. So the reason is that the use of ultrasound testing in FRP was succeed recently, like 2021. There was a research from Mokpo National University from South Korea, and even though FRP is successful in using ultrasonic testing, the reason is that it needs an international agreement to standardize it. So our proposal is to take a step forward for that approval and hoping to standardize this proposal.
Thank you. Thank you for your participation in this group and bringing about FRP knowledge. Thank you very much. And with that, we close.
Internal guide Nachiketas Das.
The teams that participated in the SDC sessions are Team D2 from Indian Maritime University, Kolkata campus. Participants are Divya Navneet Krishna. External guide Mr. Mohan Singh Pal. Internal guide Mr. Sachin Kumar Bandhan. Team C6 from International Maritime Institute, New Delhi. The participants are Akash Raj Sharma, Siddharth Singh. Under the external guidance of Mr. Mohan Singh Pal, internal guide Mr. Ankush Sharma. Team E5 from International Maritime Institute, New Delhi.
Team E4 from Indian Maritime University, Mumbai Port Campus, with participant Rishit Ranjan, Partho Kumar Dev, and Sudhanshu Chaube, with external guide Mr. Tariq Mullah and internal guide Mr. Hare Ram Hare. These are the teams that participated for the SDC finals. Hold your seats tight and get ready for the most awaited segment of the event, the prize distribution ceremony, that will begin shortly.
So while the judges are assembling the results, which will be out shortly, I'll just share a few of my inputs for the cadets. I'm sure the judges will also share their input subsequently. Uh, One key thing, please keep in mind. This was the first time, of course, we have had it in a physical mode. It was possibly more engaging than online, but it would be good to have the feedback of the participants compared to what you did in the semi-finals. Did the on physical one make any difference in participation? If so, please give that feedback to your internal guides, internal campus coordinators, so that that feedback can come to IMU, I'm sure, so that for future planning, that can be taken into consideration. Uh, Second thing is, please keep in mind one thing which I'll generally advise. The purpose of going to IMO is to take your proposal forward. So finally, IMO is nothing but you. The constituents are the member states. So it is your own requirement. I have seen papers where some people have written like, put us in the working group. You don't, you, if you want to be in a working group, unless it's a specialized, let's say a scientific group or something where some qualifications are required, every member state has to be a right to be part of any group they want to be part of. So it's not you ask for such things, but you ask for certain actions. So be very explicit in what, because if you want to take your thing forward, you have to ask for that. So this is something which take for future. I'm sure some of you will become mentors to your juniors who will take part next year, and I'm sure IMU will continue with the next edition as well. And we will also hear from the judges what were their views. So, and it was good to hear some people talking of collaboration and all. That's the way you get the maximum value out of proposals. So great interaction, and we are all waiting now for the results. Attention, please. While they populate the results into their format and all, can I request the judges to share their views? We are a bit behind schedule, quite a bit. So, if it's okay with the audience, we can have that while they do the preparations. The results have been done. They are now with the back-end team. Over to you, sir.
Ma'am, ma'am.
Hello, good evening, cadets, uh, Vice Chairman Dr. Malini Shankar, my colleagues, friends. I think this was a fascinating episode of the 5th Eskimo 2025. I'm pleasantly surprised and actually delighted to see the performance of the cadets. I mean, I have gone through, I don't know how many pages of script, first reading it, then marking it, then at the semi-final stage, uh, listening to them, marking it again, compiling the results. It was quite a lot of task for us, all the judges. I think they share it with me. And finally coming here, asking questions, listening to the questions being asked and the interventions and the replies. It was all very interesting. I can see that the cadets have done a lot of hard work, and the amount of knowledge they have gained is really remarkable. And it was a very good initiative by Dr. Malini Shankar, and I congratulate the entire IMU team for this. But my only suggestion to the cadets is this is only the beginning. Do not forget that you have to go along this way. Maybe the next year you'll give way to your juniors, they will participate. But you should be by now very much keen and interested and enthused with all that goes on at IMO. It's a learning process. At this stage, you're very, very lucky that at your formative years, you are getting the opportunity to know all about IMO. And in case you decide to come into maritime regulatory organization, classification society, when you leave your sea life, it will be very, very fruitful for you. It will be really many steps ahead of many others internationally, I can assure you that. So with these few words, I can say that we have gone through, together, we have gone through a very interesting part of these last few months. And I congratulate once again all cadets and their mentors, as well as the guides and all those who were involved in this. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment of truth has finally arrived. The stage is set, the anticipation is high, and it is now time to reveal the champions of I-ESKIMO 2025. So I would now like to call upon stage Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Controller of Examination, Mr. Rajiv Nair Sir, Captain Mihir Chandra Sir, and Captain S.C. Panigrahi Sir on stage for the prize distribution. Let's begin with the HTW sessions. After an outstanding performance and commendable effort, the second runner-up of I-ESKIMO 2025 from the topic HTW is Team A3 from Indian Maritime University, Mumbai Port Campus. The participants are Varad Bhatt, Prabhjot Singh, Vivek Mondal. Under the external guide, Captain Philip Matthews and internal guide, Sri Hariram Hari. I request a controller of examination to present the prizes. I would also call the mentors on the stage. Please, the external guide and the internal guide. External guide Captain Philip Matthews and internal guide Sri Hariram Hare. Please, sir, come up on the stage. The team that gave a spectacular performance and came so close to the top spot. The first runner-up of I-ESKIMO 2025 from the topic HTW is Team F2 from Indian Maritime University, Kolkata campus. The participants are Kanika Chakraborty and Krish Chandral. External guide Mr. David Birwakar and internal guide Mr. Purban Mitra. The internal guide and external guide, please come up on the stage. I request Pro Vice Chancellor Sir to kindly present the prizes. Finally, the team that performed the best in the HTW session. The title of the champion of I-ESKIMO 2025 from the topic HTW goes to Team F1 from Indian Maritime University, Kochi campus. Participants Praneet Jyoti, Aman Gupta. External guide Captain Subrata Khan and internal guide Rajesh Verihan. I would also like to request the external guide and internal guide to come up on the stage. I now call upon VC ma'am to provide the prizes. I also request Vice Chancellor ma'am to present the trophies to the winners.
Camera, sir.
Hello everyone. I just want to say one thing. We would like to thank our Rajeshwari ma'am, our internal HOD who was not there today, but she literally helped us a lot, like framing from and yes, I'm Dr. Rajeshwari ma'am, because she literally helped us in finding the way out. We contacted sir in the very last moment till semi-finals because we don't know who was our guide at the very. So we were, then after that he helped because ma'am was not there because she was busy with traveling and all those things. You know better.
Moving forward with the MEPC sessions. After a spectacular performance, the second runner-up of I-ESKIMO 2025 from the topic MEPC is Team D8 from Samudra Institute of Maritime Studies, Mumbai. Participants Kartik Anand Pandey, Parth Prakash Inge, Asmit Vardhan. External guide Mr. Kunal Sharma, internal guide Mr. Himanshu Kulkarni. I request the internal guide and external guide to kindly come up on the stage. I request our controller of examination, sir, to provide the prizes. External guide, Mr. Kunal Sharma, and internal guide, Mr. Himanshu Kulkarni, sir. The team that gave a fantastic performance and came so close to the top spot, the first runner-up of I-ESKIMO 2025 from the topic MEPC is Team B1 from Anglo-Eastern Maritime Academy, Mumbai. Participants Nandu Binudas, Ajna Salakattu and Deepak Kumar. External guide Mr. Sunil Kumar, internal guide Mr. Anil Sharma. I request the internal guide and external guide to kindly come up on the stage. I request Pro Vice Chancellor sir to provide the prize. And now, the team that gave the most outstanding presentation, the title of champion of I-ESKIMO 2025 from the topic MEPC goes to Team D3 from Indian Maritime University, Kolkata campus. Participants Isham Ahmed, Aman Sora, and Mohammed Fair. Under the external guidance of Mr. Rajesh Kasargod and internal guide Mr. Chinmoy Sarkar. I request the external guide and internal guide to kindly come up on the stage. I request Vice Chancellor ma'am to kindly do the honors. Proceeding with the MSc sessions, after reporting commendable efforts, the second runner-up of I-ESKIMO 2025 from the topic MSc is Team E1 from Coimbatore Marine College, Coimbatore. Participants Ninacharan SS, Yogesh Singh Rana and Hariharan S. External guide Captain Surin Narang and internal guide Dr. Gopinath. I request the external guide and internal guide to kindly come up on the stage. I request controller of examinations to kindly do the honors. The team that gave a spectacular performance and came so close to the top spot, the first runner-up of I-ESKIMO 2025 from the topic MSc is Team B1 from Anglo-Eastern Maritime Academy, Mumbai. Participants Ashi Mittal, Rajpal Singh. External guide Captain Surin Narang and internal guide SS Shivnagi. I request the external guide and internal guide to come up on the stage. I request Pro Vice Chancellor sir to do the honors. And finally, the title of champion of I-ESKIMO 2025 from the topic MSc goes to Team B4 from Indian Maritime University, Kolkata campus. Participants Pranab Amit Prasad, Mohammed Imad Khan. External guide Dr. Veera Senthil Kumar and internal guide Nachikita. I request the external guide and internal guide to come up on the stage and request Vice Chancellor ma'am to do the honors. Mr. Nachiketa Das. Last but not the least, concluding with the SDG sessions, after an outstanding performance and commendable effort, the second runner-up of I-ESKIMO 2025 from the topic SDC is Team E5 from International Maritime Institute, New Delhi. Participants Asif Ismail and Abhin Martin. External guide Mr. Mohan Singh Pal and internal guide Mr. Ankush Sharma. I request the external guide and internal guide to kindly come upon the stage. I request controller of examinations to do the honors. The team that gave a fantastic presentation, the first runner-up of I-ESKIMO 2025 from the topic SDC is Team C6, International Maritime Institute, New Delhi. The participants are Akash Raj Sharma and Siddharth Singh. External guide, Mr. Mohan Singh Pal, and internal guide, Mr. Ankush Sharma. I request the external guide and internal guide to kindly come up on the stage, and I request the Pro Vice Chancellor to kindly do the honors. And now finally, the title of champions of I-ESKIMO 2025 from the topic SDC goes to Team D2 from Indian Maritime University Kolkata campus. The participants Divya and Navneet Krishna. Under the external guidance of Mr. Mohan Singh Pal and internal guide Mr. Sachin Kumar Babu. I request the external guide and internal guide to kindly come up on the stage. I request Vice Chancellor to do the honors. Due to logistic issues, the trophy could not reach the venue. It will be provided afterwards.
For the photos? Yes. I think you go, will go.
Seed. This trophy is a rolling one and it has not come from the past winner and will provide them soon. It has not come from that campus.
Congratulations to all our winners and to every participant for their dedication and brilliance. Each one of you has contributed to making this event a grand success. The brilliance and originality of our The brilliance and originality of participants have been truly commendable. We sincerely thank the team, their mentors, and everyone who contributed to success of this event. We, we now request Sri Sunil Kumar Panda, Associate Professor, Indian Maritime University, to the stage to propose the vote of thanks.
Before we go to the formal vote of thanks, I thought I should personally, on behalf of IMU, behalf of the nodal officers, one thing we underestimate is the amount of guidance that the faculty of each of these institutions have given. So a huge hooray to the faculty who put their and I can assure you, whenever I'm asked to sit as a judge, I actually hesitate because I know how much effort in terms of time and intellect that goes into it. So I personally would like to thank all of you who put in your personal time and your intellectual effort into this, as much as the guides and the mentors. And students, you are the leaders of the future. You are not the ones who have participated in this, especially. It is not just an exercise, it is not just a competition. It is your path to becoming the maritime leaders of the future. And with the emphasis that has gone into maritime sector in recent times in India, I think we need more leaders who can think beyond just a job, a profession, and just steering the ships. So we hope that you will be the fulcrum for maritime leadership in the future. And I hope you enjoyed the exercise over time and made some friends, learned something. And very often I find the primary objective is something, but there are secondary learnings that are actually more important. And when you later stage, you remember those, the kind of discussions you had, the kind of external learnings that you got, the interactions you had, that becomes your real memories for the future. And I wish to thank all the cadets, the very, very best, those who won. And remember, those who did not go with the shield are not something that there are no losers in this game, there are only winners. I would like to emphasize that.
Rajiv sir, please accept this memento.
Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Dr. Malini V. Shankar,
esteemed Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Raju Balaji sir, respected COE sir, Commodore KD Joshi, respected judges of today's event, respected session person Sri Rajiv Nair sir, respected directors of IMU campuses, academicians, industry leaders, enthusiastic participants, my dear cadets and ladies and gentlemen. A very good evening to you all. With a sincere respect and deep gratitude, I, the convener of this event, feels deeply honored and humbled to have this opportunity to deliver the vote of thanks on this today's auspicious evening of this I-ESKIMO 2025. So first and foremost, we sincerely thank our honorable chief guest who was with us, Santanu Thakur sir, Minister of State, MOPSW, inspiring words of encouragement that has given us great motivation to our young participants and reinforced our collective commitment towards this innovation and progress in our maritime sector and in our campus and in our affiliated institutes. We are privileged to have with us our esteemed Additional Director General of Shipping, Sri S.M. Khopde sir, whose continued guidance and insights have always been instrumental for this education, maritime safety standards in the nation, and we thank him for that invaluable support, and in future we seek further guidance towards the I-ESKIMO's future endeavors. Our deep gratitude goes to respected Vice Chancellor ma'am for providing us this unwavering leadership and the continuous encouragement. It is through your initiative what we have and your leadership what we have that this competition has come to a fruitful result. It is from the conceptual stage it came to a life. We sincerely thank you, ma'am, for the encouragement and for the guidance. We are thankful to our respected Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, Rajwalaji, sir, so who has made this event successful over the years. You are helping us continuously, sir. And we are thankful to Commodore KD Joshi, sir, COE, for the great support on the academic grounds you have provided from all the aspects, sir. Then a very special mention and our profound thanks to Rajiv Nair sir. Without you, this could not have happened. Immediate past president. You are the immediate past president. And of the Institute of Marine Engineers India, whose exceptional dedication, tireless efforts have been driving force behind today's success, sir. Your meticulous, then unwavering enthusiasm, and the mostly indefatigable energy, high level, have truly made this event remarkable, sir. We will not forget this event and you. And sir, in reference to special thanks to all of our sponsors, in our sponsors, Institute of Marine Engineers, IME India, DMET Mary, Ex-Cadets Association, DMICA, Lloyd's Register of Shipping, LRS, Mediterranean Shipping Company, MSC India Division, for your generous support and the trust in the initiative. And our deepest gratitude goes to Sri Kaushik Sil, the present President of IMEI, Sri Ritesh Gupta sir from Lloyd's Register of Shipping, Captain MP Bashin sir from Managing Director MSC India Division, Captain Vinayak Mola sir from the Anglo-Eastern, Sri Uday Purohit sir, President Dimaica, Sri Rajesh Doshi sir, IMEI, Gaurav Agrawal sir, and sir, all your immense contribution and your support on the throughout meetings and our progress from the very beginning. For past 1 year we are started and we were doing this, and today it has came to a end. Thank you, sir. Then we sincerely express our sincere gratitude and esteem to our panel of judges and who are present with us today. Sri Ajay Chatterjee sir, Sri Dilip Mehrotra sir, Sri Surendra M. Roy sir, Sri Narendran Girish sir, whose expertise and thoughtful evaluations have played a key role in the success of this competition. We thank for your sparing very valuable time and to evaluate the performance with fairness and insight. Your presence has made a immense impact and immense value and prestige to this competition, sir. And we also extend our sincere thanks to the judges, Sri Achintya B. Datta and Dr. B.K. Saxena, who could not be with us today due to their other commitments. But we thank for their support during the previous rounds of the events. Then we are very thankful to our directors of and director of IMU-MPC, Panirai sir, for his continuous cooperation from the very beginning for this event. And we immensely grateful to Captain Dr. Mihir Chandra sir, Director IMU-NMC. Thank you sir for leading us to have a physical this I-ESKIMO event for the first time, sir. Then a special thanks to our marine media teams, media, that for your great support and covering this event, helping us to share this impact with a broader audience. We thank all the external guides, internal guides, campus coordinators for giving so much of helping hand and guidelines to our students. We're really indebted for you, sir. Then we extend our sincere thanks to all the members of all faculty members, all the directors, and all the staff of all the IMU campuses, principals and vice principals of all the affiliated institutes who has given tremendous cooperation for the successful success of this event, sir. Then we thank the administrative heads, staff, IT department, finance department, library department of Indian Maritime University at the headquarters, Navi Mumbai campus, Mumbai Port campus, whose behind the scene effort has ensured today's smooth success of this event. And most important, to my dear cadets, from all the levels, either you are participating or you are doing taking care in any role, either it is band or parade or whatever it is, you have done it with so much of sincerity. We are really thankful to you and we expect more and more participation in future years. Then finally, before concluding, my sincere thanks I will give to all the officers, staff members of this Ravindra Natya Mandir, this particular venue, for their wonderful support, giving us such a international level something to execute this event. With this, finally, I conclude my deep sense of gratitude and solemn thanks to Almighty. I am completing this one. Thank you, sir. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your words of gratitude. As we come to the end of today's event, we request everyone to kindly rise and join us for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Ladies and gentlemen, we have arranged a delicious dinner on the first floor of Ravindra Mandir. We request all dignitaries, guests, faculty members, and students to kindly proceed to the venue and join us for dinner. Your gracious presence will make this gathering even more memorable.
I request the cadets to be on their seats right now. Let the dignitaries go first. Please be seated, all the cadets.